Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the mild affliction blue.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. Obviously, Model Affliction Monday. Thanks to world famous Buster singing us in. What a tune. I think that's the only song with perpendicularity in it. If you can find another song with perpendicularity within the lyrics, let us know. I think that's may possibly be the only song with that in, but who knows. Welcome everyone. It's been a rather weird weekend. Plenty of Logos for me, but don't want to know about that. What are we going to do today? Okay, some housekeeping first. We'll go. Stefan, the title of this is Stars Beneath Your Feet. So thanks to Stefan, if you are listening. He brought us this question. Let me get it in the Discord chat so you can see it. There you go. What is the problem having stars under your feet? And obviously they've got a bit of a poll going at the minute. Do you think there's a problem or not? What about you personally? It's a question that I think Stefan wants everybody to ask themselves. I don't mean like housekeeping like that with number 1 and 2 and 3. That's ridiculous. I mean, just to go through the thing, because Stepan Mud, the guy that's brought this question around that he wants everybody to be asked, because I think this is a sort of question I've been asking me dad, the missus, you know, just random people. What's the problem with having stars beneath your feet? I mean, some people don't see a problem. Some people, I don't want to let anybody know. Get some better membership scores. Are you sure? You want I don't know. I thought always just a one. That's all we need. The website's still paid for. That's good enough for us. Does well. Thank you very much, though. Thank you very much from all of the people who got a membership. There's not much in the line of benefits. Perhaps we should do some more benefits for that. It's all on the website. Thank you. Well, yeah, I'll have a look at that special one. We'll call it the Godzilla level. So what's that? Tis Globe, yeah. Having stars under your feet. Tis Globe's pretty popular, isn't it? I'm thinking about doing the t-shirt, right? Tis Globe, ask me. Ask me about it. Stars under your feet are quite obviously, right, part of the dogmatic globe model, but I'm not too sure how many people are aware about it. And asking them whether there's a problem with it is probably a better way of doing it, right? Because you don't want to be just letting people know, because they might be surprised about it. We've been saying it for a bit. I think I had, let me get this. can't remember where it was. I think it was in the old file for memes. What would it be under? Oh yeah, we had an old meme somewhere. I put it out the other day with a logical statement on it. Welcome everyone. Yeah, so this is a thing that we've been going around, and I've been saying to my dad today when I told him, I asked him, and he said like he hasn't got a problem with it. So there are people who don't have a problem with having stars beneath your feet. So don't think that it's funny or anything. Some people can think different things, and people are quite rightly allowed to be able to think whatever they want. Everyone's got their own opinion on these sort of things, and I'm not going to judge anyone, and I hope nobody else is going to judge anybody on these things. So thank you very much, Stephen, for bringing Stepan Mud. And on the theme of these arguments, I'm going to have to find this one. It might be on my phone. Let me have a look. It was the sky beneath if P. It was set out with a P and a Q. Did anybody see it the other day? I suppose anybody found it. I suppose I posted a fair few pictures. It was when we were doing logic and we went over to Geo's Earth Awakenings to do the logic thing. A lot of people were saying about the stars as well. I mean, I don't know whether anybody's seen falling stars going upwards. I don't know whether anybody's seen that. Okay, so if Stefan's around, the idea was to put these arguments out that we've been like looking at just recently. So this is the one that we did at the weekend. On Friday. This is Bob the Science Guy did a modus polens for everyone to peruse. We left it out there for anyone to talk about that. And then we had there's this one that I found. This is one of Betty's arguments, but not the one that Stepan Mud asked for. Betty's argument. This is another one. This one states, if the Earth is a globe, then no verticals are parallel. So if no verticals are parallel, then level is not horizontal. Hence, 3. The Earth is a globe. If the Earth is a globe, level is not horizontal. But 4, the Earth is a globe. Therefore, 5, level is not horizontal. QED, said by Betty, who's obviously not a logician. He's a fake logician. Pretty much like that Bob the Science Guy. It's like this is supposed shadow giants of the globe arena. The dogmatic globe arena. I don't want to embarrass people like my dad. Because my dad would never go for this sort of stuff. Although my dad believes that Stars can be below your feet. He can't see this logic. He can't falsify logic like this.
These are the best and brightest.
This is,
by the way.
yeah.
These are.
And if Betty's argument seems like nonsense, and it's because it is. Like, it's just not logic at all. So don't ever try to comprehend stuff. Logic will inevitably be like you already knew it when you hear a good argument. It'll almost seem like, why did they make that argument? Because everybody knows that. That's what a good argument does. And this, from Betty, is not that. Doesn't make sense. And you have to put more thought into it to realise that it's, where the flaws are. Not many people can, because it's a matter of formal logic then. And you're best off just not bothering, because it's not really worth it. But the other one, the one that Stepan Mud is after, he was after Betty's perpendicular logic, which is this one here, Stepan, where he states about the perpendicular. He says, A is perpendicular to B. Two lines, e.g. of A, perpendicular to the same line, i.e. B, are parallel to each other. Therefore, logically, all lines of A are parallel to each other. That was Betty's perpendicular logic, Stepan. So that's a special shout out for Stepan. Now, he doesn't really text that much, Stepan. He occasionally does come out into the chat, and he might be a little bit embarrassed because of, Bob's argument and Betty's other argument. So these text chat trolls, we call them, they're getting less and less. So sorry, guys, if you're here to be able to go up against the text chat trolls for the globe side, there is none. And that's because there's no flat earthers here either. So welcome to a new group of people. You're a very small group of people. The ones that I think have either had enough of either the globe or flat earth. Somewhere in the middle. People that couldn't give a shit about the shape of the earth, but just wants to go after arguments and reality, really. Just trying to work out what's going on. So I've not really got much to go over today, other than finishing off the last hour or so of a little conversation that we had a bit ago. The arguments that we have still stand, and they always will. I've noticed today, Logos trip today gave us a journey into going on about Descartes, but that came from me going over looking for some supposed links that a guy called F.E. Dogma has said that he tried to post on the stream. Well, he didn't. It won't let him. Yeah, good. So yeah, I'm with you. Like, you cannot argue in favour of either of these models. You can argue against both of them. So we're here just to let people know that you can argue either way against either of these models. And when you do find yourself arguing against either of them, you will find yourself put into a team. But if you can argue against both of them, nobody knows what team to put you in. That's what I'm saying we are here. We're just people who are out for the argument. People call you whatever they want. QE calls me a baller, and Nathan Oakley calls me a baller, and the ballers, the Globers, Blue Marble Science and that, they call me Flat Earther. Makes no difference what people call you and or what you call yourself. All that matters is the argument, and that's what we're here for. Nobody really knows what Flat Earther means, Rob, so don't worry about that. And anybody can be whatever they want. Makes little difference to anything. The reason we or I don't go for it is because I can argue against it. I have an argument that states the Earth is not flat. That argument goes on to be able to say that level is horizontal, and that's how we measure elevation changes. I can't have elevation changes on a flat Earth, so I can't argue in favor of that, which I think with the difference is here, we do have arguments to the positive. We make positive arguments that claim level is horizontal. All horizontals are parallel. And whereas don't see many of those sort of arguments anywhere. That's the difference. I mean, anybody can really make an argument to the negative of modus tollens, even though some people will argue they'll just state that's not an argument. Well, we'll just go for the benefits and the negatives of each argument, and we'll lay those arguments out for you, hopefully, so to make them simple to understand. We call it advanced simplicity. So join us on the journey of going through these sort of things. Is that is Stepan gonna be brave enough to chat up? Because if Stepan, like if he thinks, I can't even remember what his arguments are now, right? Because he's not really got any. But what he's trying to get over at the minute, I think since we put the video out on Friday about Bob the Science Guy and his argument, this one here, his modus ponens, nobody, not one person has commented on that video. Either in favour, or there's no flat earthers that have gone, oh, I know how to get a modus tollens for that. I mean, there isn't even such a thing as a modus ponens. But the if P and then Q, that's sound. And the modus tollens that can be made to rebut it would also be sound. So the only thing that isn't sound is the modus ponens that Bob did. That's like one of the worst faux pas ever in logical history. And nobody within this arena seems to be bothered about it at all. It's hilarious. And it shows you exactly what's going on in this arena. Exactly why we're here now stating this. Nobody seems to understand logic. And if we have to break it down to show people exactly what's going on, well, we'll do it. But it's whether people actually can grasp it or not. We can only do what we can do. It's up to everybody else to let us know whether you enjoy this sort of stuff or not.
Yep. I would say, at least for me anyway, right? I would say believe what you want to believe, but don't try to claim it's logic.
Ooh.
Whatever you want to believe is just fine. There's no problem with it at all. The problem happens when you start to claim that there's some sort of logical argument for your particular belief when there's not.
The arguments are the arguments, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's an arena called a debate arena, right? This is a debate arena about shape of things. shape is governed by geometry. Geometry lets you know how to understand shape. It's the science of shapes, if you will, and lines, form. And geometry is derived from logic. The foundations of geometry are born of logic, and logic, it gets really simple at the basics. It's an if P then Q statement that you make that has a relationship between the P and the Q, and then you can make relationships between these things. I think it's a fantastic idea, but everybody already knows it. Anybody that anybody that hasn't really been to college or anything and has had to devise a method for themselves to be able to become efficient at something, and that doesn't matter what it is. It could be knitting. And there's a process that goes behind that that's derived from a logical learning thing. And sometimes you end up knowing things that you didn't even think that you already knew them. That it's a hidden sort of knowledge, but it's a true knowledge because you've got it and gained it for yourself. What we're up against here is some sort of a dogmatic belief system that's masquerading as knowledge, and it's being lorded over a group of people that don't really understand what's going on, and fake sophistry. That's what annoys me. What annoys me the most is the fact that the sophists, if it was clever, you could applaud it in some sort of a way. But the sophistry that's being employed is destructive. It's modern society, I think, in hyperdrive, this particular community. You get to see the paracosm of what's to come for greater society, and it's not looking good. Not for common sense or logic, anyway. So that's what we're doing here. Anybody wants to come in? It is a Model Affliction Monday. We're going over logic from Bob, the science guy, Betty, the dogmatician that they've brought in to be able to do some sort of, I don't know. I think it's for the higher ups, the people in the background, the ones that they're allowed to say, oh well, we dealt with such and such an argument, or we did. They're not really getting rid of any arguments, and the arguments that we bring are pretty simple. Belief is for wonders, and there's nothing wrong with wondering about things. You've just got to know that wonder is not knowledge, and you can wonder about things and believe whatever you want, have as many opinions and beliefs that you have, but you've just got to know that it isn't a knowledge until it gets to the knowledge part. And to be honest, there isn't much that you can actually know for sure. I believe the more things that you do know, the better off you'll be, though. Right, let me get... I had a video out, didn't I?
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
This is This is where Nathan Oakley called me a liar. This would be interesting. I found this today. This is just before we go over to. Nathan's took a clip of me. This is actually Nathan Oakley. Yep, so this is Nathan Oakley doing a video about me. See what you think about this. Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping.
No.
10th, do you want to call him out as a liar?
This is hard because I.
Did anybody hear that, right? Does that no seem like it's a little bit out of sync with the rest? I don't know. I can't remember it.
Mapping.
Listen. No.
10th, do you want to call him out as a liar?
Why was I a bit louder?
This is hard because I like that. But he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Have you said that to me?
Right, so that's 10th mind coming in. You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That's because when you measure an angle to Polaris, you call that your latitude. It's not actually doing anything with the angle. It's just measuring an angle to a particular light in the sky. You can then call your latitude. That's not doing anything with it. That's just calling it your latitude. But Nathan Oakley is about to go on some sort of a fucking stupid tirade now, where he thinks he can fool everybody into believing that this is something different than what it is. Here we go.
Is there any way you can turn it up, Bev?
Oh, it is. Is that
Thanks.
better? Your latitude is
well,
the
then it's
angle
over.
to the light in the sky.
So-
You can do call with an angle.
So-
Your latitude
Okay,
is
well,
the
then it's
angle
over.
to the light in the sky. You can do fuck all with an angle.
So-
Your latitude
Okay,
is
well,
the
then it's
angle.
over.
Your latitude
Okay,
is
well,
the
then it's
angle
over.
to fuck all with an angle.
So-
Is
well,
the
then it's
angle. He does this a bit. He's not quite understood this, but right, that you measure an angle to any light in the sky, right? That it's just an angle. You measure an angle to Polaris and it becomes a latitude. Same thing, same angle, you just call it a latitude. It doesn't mean that you can do anything with that angle.
Yes, and by the way, you can ask question, clarifying question. Someone can ask question for himself. What is latitude? Of course, answer is latitude is angle to Polaris.
Mm-hmm.
And we can ask question, inverse question. What is angle to Polaris? Angle to Polaris is latitude. So the answer, we can exchange that. We can go with the circles. It means that we are creating tautology. And tautology means that angle to Polaris and latitude is the same. So this is just the same thing named differently, but it is still the same thing. We are not gaining new knowledge if we call this latitude. So having angle to Polaris and having latitude means the same. We don't gain any new knowledge by naming it latitude. We are talking about the same angle, nothing new. And you repeated this many times to Nathan Oakley. And he didn't get it because he thinks that if you call angle to Polaris latitude, you gain some new knowledge. No, you don't. It is the same.
And he's titled this video, Bev Try Thinking is a Proven Liar. Witness Bev Lie. There is no lie in the fact that the angle that you measure to Polaris is your latitude. And there is no lie in the fact that you can do fuck all with an angle. Yet Nathan Oakley wants to fool everybody to believe that there's some sort of lie hidden in there. He never actually states where the lie is, but he wants people to believe it falsely. Because there is no lie. Here we go. Angle to the light in the sky.
So in terms of what you can do with an angle to the light in the sky, you can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky. Still do fuck all with an angle.
What, other than get your latitude? Maybe you could get your latitude from it. Do you think you could get your latitude from it, you stupid fucking...
Okay, so this is he thinks that you can establish something with measurement of.
He thinks there's some sort of a calculation or something that allows you to come up with your latitude, when he doesn't seem to understand that it's just a measurement of an angle to a particular light in the sky.
Yes, so you don't. He doesn't establish anything because it is already established. And by the way, latitude is angle. For example, 45 latitude means that we have 45 degrees to Polaris. It's the same. You don't establish anything. If you have angle to Polaris, you at the same token, you have latitude. These two are the same. You don't establish anything.
I think what Nathan's trying to make out, right, that there's some sort of calculation or something that occurs beyond the measurement of the angle in order for you to derive latitude. I don't know what exactly he's, but that seems to be what he's trying to portray to his audience, as though...
I agree,
yeah.
But this is false. This is false. You don't need any other calculations. Mm-hmm. These calculations are the same. So calculations, for example, by using sextant or whatever, just a tool for measuring angle, and as you established your angle to Polaris, at the same time you established your latitude. These two are the same. You don't need another calculations for latitude. These are the same.
Mm-hmm. Just part of the angle that's been measured. But Nathan Oakley calling me a proven liar. Nathan Oakley can't prove a fucking thing. He hasn't got a clue how to prove anything. And that's a shame, since he's broadcasting to his audience, who he must deem stupid, I think. He's fooling his audience into some sort of a deceitful trick to allow them to think that there's something extra going on. And he's fooled quite a few others, because there was more videos made on the back of this.
I didn't say my bad.
Yeah.
Name is Bev.
Yeah, don't ask the person that you're challenging, Mr. I've been a member of Bev's for a year. What, listening to him poison you and make you more stupid? The reason you don't know what an angle's used for is because you're a subscriber of Bev's. I told you earlier. I've got no sympathy. I don't care how long you've been subscribed to me. If you're subscribed to Bev, that's why you don't know. Because you're surrounded by spastics and they've poisoned you and made you dumb. If you'd just been listening to us, you'd know what an elevation angle measurement was used for.
I know.
Okay,
but this
go on,
will-
go on.
Go on, 10th.
Thank you. When I was on Bev's channel and enjoyed every minute of it, we were doing star trail photography, and I consider Bev, Emma, and them my friends to this day. I am really shocked at what I'm hearing today, and here's why. At one of the shows, when I was showing some of my star trail videos, Bev said to me, and it's on the show recorded because he said it to me. He said, you know that angle from Polaris gives you your latitude. You said that to me, Bev.
Oh,
What
really?
has changed?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I said that to him, like saying it's just a fucking angle. Don't try and tell us anything about celestial bullshit navigation. It's just an angle. I hope most people would know this, that their latitude is just a measured angle to a light in the sky. There's nothing special about it. They call it a coordinate system or something. It's not. Just an angle. He's got a picture here showing it's an angle. Just an angle. On screen. This is Nathan showing it. Because this is the polar star, North Polar Star, Polaris. You can call this angle your latitude. Simple.
Really? I asked him earlier and he played dumb. And then his white knight came in and started asking me what we'd do with the angle to Polaris. So Bev's a lying
Well,
shit.
I just want to know.
Yeah, what would you do with it? Other than calling it your latitude. The question was, what can you do with it? You can do fuck all.
Just want to make it clear for my audience, you should be unsubscribing from Bev immediately. He's a lying bastard. Lying bastard.
That is disgusting.
Disgusting, Bev. You're a scumbag. Play.
This is Nathan Oakley. Saying it's disgusting to say that the angle to a particular light in the sky is called a latitude. These are the shadow giants.
Be done with me, motherfucker. Just because we've shown how wrong you are in your statement about trying to undermine us with angles, but you do know what the angle to Polaris is used.
The statement, you can do fuck all with an angle, was said to rue him, not to undermine some fucking stupid flat earth argument. Listen to him. He doesn't even know he's getting upset because we've undermined Ruhi and Fight the Flat Earth and Blue Marble Science. Nathan Oakley is sticking up for us undermining their arguments. It's a pity he's built his bullshit sextant argument upon this angle that he got given from Ruhi. It's a shame.
Used for then. Fucking lying cunt. Unsubscribe from Bev Try Thinking today. Do not give him any money. Ever. Because he's just poisoning you. He's lying to you. He's a lying sack of shit. Aren't you, Bev? So what can you do with the angle to Polaris, Bev? Is that doing something for your maps? Fundamental to mapping, I would say. That angle that you'll be doing something with. Hey, dude. You now picking up on what we're putting down about that angle to Polaris? That's an angle measurement that Bev says you can do fuck all with.
The angle to Polaris would be measured after the map has been made. It would be plotted upon the map what the angle to Polaris is for certain positions. Nathan Oakley, typical flat earther.
Yeah, you maybe been listening for too long to Bev? There's your answer. We didn't want to give it to Bev, but now we've had to because he knew already, didn't he? Lying sack of shit bastard. Right, Bev?
Everybody
Make
saw
them
the
not
word
better than the
latitude,
glass
didn't they?
height.
Been exposed, Bev, as a lying fuck. How'd you feel? How do my balls taste?
Nate, Brian, did
Let
you
me point something
forbid,
out.
Right, just
Go
a
on.
quick question. Did you forbid the word latitude from your lips from that point on? Because
No,
because
no, I didn't.
that shocked when Nathan had him, and you'd already described what Polaris is for. To not have that answer, I thought, well, that's just ignorance. But
No.
it tends to come in and just outline what's happened, and just for Bev to be the person that he wasn't told it, he
Just an
affirmed it
angle.
to 10.
The problem here is
as a
that
piece of
Nathan
knowledge you already
Oakley
had.
and
That's
QE
disgusting, mate.
and all
You
of these
really
have
have
got no
to look at
response
yourself,
for what they
yeah?
can do.
And it's not
with
often I often
angle.
say in the background.
It's
This is
terrible.
manufactured
liar.
drama.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's
this
also allowing
demonstration
a
in the
drunk
past
person
5
to
minutes,
ramble on about something that he's got.
you need to
He doesn't
address
even
this,
know
Bev,
what's
not
going
anybody
on,
else.
Yeah.
does
You need to
Adam?
address this
Yeah,
He
Bev,
just
right now.
rambles.
Yeah. Why did you lie about the angle to Polaris?
I think overall it's a bit
not
more
knowing
though.
what it would be useful for, and
I think
simultaneously
it's
tripling and quadrupling down on
defending of the monad,
Polaris.
which they have to do.
Look at this. Here's one for J-Ro. Look at that one. That's 70.33 a length and the angle of 33.71. And there's a line of sight in the object. So there's obviously an angle and a length and a right angled triangle there. There's a little bit more than just an angle.
Yes, and if they put this angle on some kind of map or projection or whatever, it means that they already assume something else. For
Well, no,
example, like distance.
This map, this angle is a vertical angle. It's an angle in the vertical plane. How would that fit on a map? It can't do. The map already has to be made for you to pinpoint the position where that angle is.
Yes, so that's why I said that you have to have already given distance.
Yeah, you need a distance, an angle, the triangle to be able to do the trigonometry on. Thanks, guys. We've got some super chats. That's not why I play in this one, all right? But thanks, guys. Rob Keane says, Nathan said, don't give you money. So he sent me some money. And Godzilla says, Nathan said, what? Yeah, he said, don't. It just make you stupid, I think, apparently.
not knowing what it would be useful for, and simultaneously tripling and quadrupling down.
Said not knowing what it will be useful for. No, the statement is you can do fuck all with an angle. Not you don't know what angles are useful for. Next stage, what Rob and Gord said. So, thank you very much. And I didn't do that for this.
And on not being able to do anything with an angle when you knew all about the angles to Polaris. Lying
You can measure angles to lights. You can measure angles to all sorts of things.
What do they do with that angle?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
So the maps with Polaris.
Yes, so they are
Maps
using
with-
maps. So we have angle now and
Maps.
map.
Yeah.
So not only angle. So when somebody is putting this angle somewhere on the map, so he is using map and angle.
And an angle, yeah. And the map's already been made, so all of the measurements and all of that are already incorporated into the map.
Yeah.
You've not just got a map, you've got lots of information other than an angle. And the statement, like was said to Ruhif, it's a geometric statement about just that angle. There's lots more required for trigonometry, and most people realise that. Nathan Oakley, obviously, is caught in well, he's caught in aporia. He doesn't know what to do, and this is the way people get out of it, rather than, well, Polaris.
Yeah, latitude lines.
Never
Where did they
seen-
come
never-
from?
never seen a
Latitude
map
lines.
with
Latitude
Polaris.
lines. Where did they come from? Ev?
I live in the UK, Nathan.
Where did they
We
come
just
from?
have
On the
grid
maps, where did they
references.
come from?
We just have grid reference in the
Where
UK.
did they come from?
on our maps.
Where did they come from?
Where did
the
what come from? The grid reference
latitude lines
marks.
for the third time?
Okay, so the latitude lines on maps came because the map had been made, then they went to locations, measured an angle, and plotted that angle on the map. That's where the latitude lines came from. They came after the map was made, and then they plotted the angle on the map. That's it. To put a point on a map and say, when I was here, I was measuring an angle of such and such to Polaris. That's where the latitude lines came from. Don't know.
You don't know. But 10th man.
They're not on the maps.
Sorry, just affirm again that you don't know, so 10th man can call you out as a liar. Go ahead.
Right. Some people.
No, I don't know.
See, this is what he's talking about. I've got a map here that's got grid references on it. I don't know where the latitude lines are on it. So I don't know where they came from because they're not on the map. And I wouldn't know where to find them. I do know how to give you a grid coordinate for any point on the map. But as far as where the latitude lines came from on the map, they're not on it. Not the map I've got anyway. So unless Nathan Oakley's talking about a different map, then he'll have to let us know.
About the angles to Polaris. I want you to lie again explicitly.
Don't they?
Sorry, you don't know about the angles to Polaris.
Tenth knows that.
Just for clarity, just to make sure everybody knows that you're a lying fuck. You don't know about the angles to Polaris then? Lying motherfucker.
You can measure an...
Don't tell me what you can measure. You don't know about angles to Polaris for maps. You don't know about that, right?
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it. Well
and
done.
how's that? You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping?
No.
It is.
Tenth.
It is.
Do you want to call
used
him out as a
in
liar?
mapping.
It's used in mapping, but you have to have the map there first.
Yeah.
You
To
don't
put
build
this
a map
angle.
upon latitude.
Yeah. So if angle is after map, it means that they are just putting some dot or line on the map with assumed distances, because these distances are already measured, not by measuring angles, but from surveyors. So it is just saying that this point, let's say London or whatever, is at this latitude, because in London we have such and such angle.
Yeah.
It means that London is at this latitude. And UK map is not measured by measuring angles to Polaris from different locations, but is from surveying. And surveying is not based on measuring angles to the stars. So map first without angle measurements to stars, and then they can put these angles after on the map, and they are doing that. But it's not, this angle to Polaris does not give you anything new. You can have this on map, this angle, instead of measuring this angle from your position. You because it is already measured, you can have this on the map. So What's the problem?
Yeah, you have to have the map as well. I mean,
Yeah.
not having the map, you're just measuring an angle. You don't know where to plot that position or anything if you don't have a map to put it on.
Yeah.
So you've just got an angle. You're just walking around with an angle. That was the statement, obviously.
I would even say that yes, this is separate, completely separate, let's say, function or operation, because you already know where you are. You have map without latitude, and as you know your angle to Polaris, you can put this on your map also, but it is independent, I think. So, in fact, on maps, it is not needed. Let's say local maps, it's completely irrelevant, your latitude. Nobody cares about latitude if you have a map of some area, even if this area is like country.
Yeah, I don't know what in the UK what use latitude would be, because you've already got the map. It's already been, all the land's mapped. You're not on the ocean. You know where you're going. And latitude has zero relevance, I would say, on any map in the UK for any reason, really. You just get the grid coordinate. Think hey, the people prove me wrong. I don't think surveyors would actually work in latitude and longitude either. I think they're working grid coordinates of increasing accuracy. Makes sense to me, but
this is hard because I like that. But he did say to me, "Do you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris? That light in the sky." Have you said that to me?
Yes, you said that. Yes, of course, but it's still the same
because
angle.
it is.
So what
You
his
instantly
problem?
know it because it is the same thing. That's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So in terms of what you can do with an angle to the light in the sky, you can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
No, it is not.
No,
Establishing angle to Polaris is not, at the same token establishing latitude. So we have one operation, not two operations. So operation of establishing angle to Polaris is the same operation as establishing latitude. The same operation. So it is the same at the same time, one operation, not two different operations.
Yeah, it's not establishing anything from that. It's just literally just measuring the angle.
Yeah, the same operation. Yeah.
Don't be fooled by flat earthers that tell you you can do things, miraculous things, with just an angle. It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky and then worshipping it.
Sorry, to get your latitude. Sorry. And after the fact, sorry, Bev.
This is why this guy Bev mutes people.
This is why Bev mutes people. Sorry, go on, Clint Eastwood. Go ahead. Let's see your two pennyworth. What Bev talks through. Go ahead, Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, so Bev here blocking data because I bring up this very point to this.
This is flat Earth data. Flat Earth. He's another one of these guys that actually has flat Earth in his name, except he's not got flat Earth in his name. He's changed his name to pretend he can be somebody else.
This guy, to get an angle in the first place, it has to be based on some sort of ratio. And we know that we can get our latitude to Polaris, Bev. So you can do a lot with just an angle, can't you?
And you can measure it.
Right, Bev.
Don't you need an elevation?
Sorry, Bev, that wasn't his question. Bev, that wasn't his question. Bev, he said you can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
Yeah, but for that
Sorry,
particular...
yeah, but...
Isn't he so angry? Listen
Yes,
to
and
the
but-
vitriol
but-
in his fucking voice.
But this Clint Eastwood didn't say what exactly you can do.
Yeah.
He just said that plenty. Okay, plenty for one. Let him name one of this plenty. He didn't name anything.
No, none of them ever do. Never do.
Yeah, I think that's just the worst and scummiest type of concession that you'll be making here, Bev. We need better
It's no
than that.
good going up.
Yeah, we're going to need better than that, Bev. Not
He's
yeah,
muted
but.
me.
Yeah, you can do plenty with an angle, can't you, you fucking retard? Contrary to what you said about doing fuck all with it, you're wrong, aren't you, Bev?
When you add a horizontal...
No, Bev. You just need to say, yeah, I was wrong.
It's another muting.
When you add a horizontal, how do you...
Just an angle.
That we'll be using to get our latitude from. Right, Bev? Doing something with it, right? Which statement is true, Bev? You cannot do latitude with this angle. That would be fuck all with the angle, like you said, or you can do latitude with this
position.
angle. Sorry, you're just going to rumpus me, coward. Is that what you're going to do?
No,
which is
you're
true.
Fucking muting
you
me,
cannot
Nathan.
get latitude from an angle. That would be in line with your statement that's wrong that you can do fuck all with it, because that would be inclusive of fuck all not being able to get your latitude from this angle. Or can you do so?
See, he says getting latitude from this angle.
Yeah,
he
so
thinks
he
there's
thinks-
some sort, or he's making it out to his audience that there's some extra procedure that only him and 10th Man know, when it's just the same angle.
Yeah, so this is just
Deceitful
statement.
on Nathan
Yeah,
Oakley's
yes,
part.
but he is making argument from that.
Yeah.
There is no argument here. These are the same thing, tautology. Nothing changes. Angle to Polaris equals latitude.
But don't ask
You
Nathan
cannot-
Oakley about it, because he'll do the same to you. So just leave it as unsaid. Just pretend you can go along with Nathan Oakley and just all pretend with him that you can actually do something with this angle. Because he's built an argument upon it. Like I think it's his favourite argument. I think he calls it a proof. It's the second one that he called a proof. QE called the argument that he called Black Swan a flat earth proof. And Nathan Oakley calls this angle thing, angle magic, a flat earth proof too. Flat earthers that are proposing miracles from logical statements. Well, there's no logical statement about this. This is just a miraculous belief within geometry that they've managed to fool everyone for years. They've got
Yes, and
pretty good at
this
doing
is-
this.
And this is logically incorrect, because gaining knowledge is when you have some conclusion. So if you have, for example, if angle to Polaris, then latitude, that would be some kind of inferring. So you have some consequence. But if you can reverse that consequence, if latitude, then angle to Polaris, it means that you are falling into tautology. Because tautology, of course, always is true. But tautology, or using tautology, cannot prove anything, because it is the same thing. It means that 2 plus 2 equals 4. It is tautology. Because you can say that 4 equals 2 plus 2. It is true, but you don't prove anything. You can change positions of this equation. It doesn't change anything. So you cannot prove anything else from that. You can exchange 2 plus 2 equals 4 and 4 equals 2 plus 2. Yes, that's correct. So what? The same thing with Polaris. Polaris, angle to Polaris is latitude. And Latitude is angle to Polaris. The same thing as with this equation. True, but this is the same. Tautology.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
not.
new.
It's not doing something with an angle. This is
Yeah.
fooling people. I don't know, within semantics, because there's still no substance to what he's saying. Yet he's saying it with a lot of vitriol, and he's like letting everybody else know to not get involved with these statements. I think that's why Nathan Oakley does this. He berates me, so he doesn't need to berate any of his subjects and the people that might want to go round there and ask him questions. He puts it out that it's a lie to say that you can do fuck all with an angle, when it's not. It's just upsetting to Nathan because he's defending people like Ruhif, the person who initially got said this to. That's the big lie, right? The fact that he's decided to pick up a statement that we said to Ruhif over 2 years ago and bring it back up himself, as though we said it to him. He thinks it's an affront to his argument that 10th man's give him.
Something with this angle, that would be get latitude. You fucking retard. How'd you like me calling you a
Just an
retard,
angle.
Bev? How'd you like me calling you a retard?
It sounds stupid because like he doesn't seem to understand the statement that it's just
Yeah.
an angle.
Yes, I think that it is more stupid because he is naming you retard, but his statement is retarded. Really, because it is tautology, and he cannot see that. He thinks that he can magically do some things with the same thing called another way. This is retarded, really.
It's what you are.
Sound like you need to.
It sounds like you're a retard when you can't concede, given that you've told us about this.
When I heard him do this, he sounded like Fight the Flat Earth, to be honest. That's who this sounded like to me. And everybody knows what has gone on to Fight the Flat Earth, right? This sort of behaviour was allowed with Fight the Flat Earth, and they paid him money for it, and he got more and more emboldened within his statements, and he ended up beating shit out of his neighbour. Well, this sounds like Fight the Flat Earth coming from Nathan Oakley to me. I don't know whether the same thing will occur, but it seems like this, whenever this sort of stuff is praised, this type of behaviour, well, it incites all of his fans into thinking that he's true, but they also like the idea that they start becoming like Nathan and acting like this whenever anybody makes these sort of statements. Well, you get yourself into trouble, really, because the statements are geometrically true, yet Nathan's acting over the top, I think.
Latitude angle with Polaris. Tell us again.
An angle, Nathan.
Just tell us you can't do anything with it.
It's all right.
So
It's
tell
okay.
us that we can't get our latitude with an angle to Polaris. Tell us you can do fuck all with an
You
angle.
can
again.
measure an angle to a light in the sky whenever you
to get
want,
latitude.
Nathan.
So and what would we do with it if we wanted latitude? What would we do with that angle, Bev? And my fucking balls taste, you stupid spastic.
You could worship.
How do my fucking balls taste is my question, spastic. How do my balls taste, Bev? You
Not
fucking
good. You can still
spastic.
do fuck all with an angle.
What, other than get your latitude? Maybe you could get your latitude from it. Do you think you could get your latitude from it, you stupid fucking retard?
Not from it.
Give it a name.
Yeah, you're a fucking retard because you're telling me you can do fuck all with an...
So you can give it a name.
Yeah.
Call it John
Name.
if you want, but I mean, that's not doing anything with it. Take it out for a drink with you if you're feeling lonely.
angle after disclaiming to the audience that you can get your latitude with an angle.
disclaiming.
Fucking
so,
retard, you dumb fuck, you
disclaimer.
stupid spast.
Yeah.
So he said that this is disclaimer, so he reveals some new truth. No, it is not new truth. It is just the same thing, like car and automobile. If car, then automobile. If automobile, then car. You can create your examples how tautology works. It is true, car is automobile, and automobile is a car. It is true, but so what? Nothing. Just automobile called car, or car called automobile. The same thing. Angle to Polaris called latitude, or latitude called angle to Polaris. He doesn't get it.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I've been asking these sort of questions for quite a while. It's hard to know, to have a conversation with Nathan as to whether he does know and he's using this as a tactic to stop anybody else asking him the question because he knows he can't answer, or whether he does literally think that there's some sort of fancy formula that you can derive your latitude from the angle. I don't know. And it's hard to tell which is which nowadays. It gets very fucking weird.
Nathan, I hate to sound like Sleeping Warrior, but when it gets to this level, this is the point where you can start to call into question a man's integrity and his motivation.
I absolutely already have. Not only have I questioned his integrity, I've made a call to action for the audience to unsubscribe from him based on his actions here today.
I'm not talking about intellect or honesty.
This is the guy that got upset about Jaren saying something. This is Nathan Oakley. I've never said that about Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Oakley making a call to action on behalf of all of his flat earth brethren.
Anymore. I'm talking about total motivation. All this requires is,
sounds like
as aptly demonstrated over the past few hours, just I'm wrong. But when you get to this point, you have to question what is your game? What is your game, Bev? What are you playing at? Because you're now just lying to everybody that can hear it. The audience fantastically can hear it. What is your game? Because it ain't about truth anymore, son, is it?
Simple logic. Advanced simplicity, that's all we ever do.
We climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs, wrapped in concert.
Oh, here we go. Here's the man. We'll get back onto this bit later. QE.
Tina wire. Define logic and the types of logic.
You just spent 15 minutes struggling the modus.
Did he say define logic and the types of logic? Is that what he did?
This is general term, so logic is just logic.
Logic, yeah, yeah.
All we ever do. We climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs, wrapped in concertina wire. Define logic and the types of logic.
You just spent 15 minutes struggling the modus tollens of the Black Swan, then you got the gall to say logic. How dare
Yeah. The logic of the Black Swan's wrong. Can you recite the Black Swan? No.
No.
Fucking retard.
There you go. That's just reciting it is confirming it. I think. I don't know. Like that isn't that typical, right? They want you to recite their words, and that's enough for them. That sounds very shadow giant-y, doesn't it? Very.
The arrogance is off the scale. Off the scale arrogance, Bev. Can't even fucking recite it, but you think you can debunk it, you stupid spastic. Dunning-Kruger.
There's a non sequitur.
Can't even recite it. Is that Saragaki? Nice one. Let's see it.
Off the scale arrogance, Bev. Can't even fucking recite it, but you think you can debunk it, you stupid spastic. Dunning-Kruger.
There's a non sequitur in the modus tollens.
Who the fuck asked you?
Well, nobody.
You shut the fuck up then while I berate this spastic called Bev. Yeah, he's already conceded you can get an angle to give you latitude. After telling us, what, 8, 10, 12 times on this show that you can do fuck all with that angle you can get your latitude from? Yeah, he's just fucking wrong. And he's prepared to quadruple down and sit in silence when all we're asking for, like a baller, is a concession about how fucking wrong he was. He can't do it. He's got no humility. None.
Like a baller. It's like asking for the concession. Nathan Oakley's decided he's right, and he's just going to go ahead with it anyway. Even though the statement was made to Ruhith. Nathan Oakley's defending a statement made to Ruhith.
And he thinks that if you say that angle to Polaris is latitude, it is. And he thinks that this is concession, that you can't do something with an angle. This is just different name of the same angle. You are not doing... Okay, you can name it differently. If for Nathan Oakley, this is doing something with an angle by renaming it into latitude, okay, but in logical,
it's just writing.
Sense of
it's
logic,
writing latitude after the angle. That's it, isn't it? 45 degrees as a measurement to the light in the sky can be called 45 degrees latitude.
Yeah,
simple.
Just renaming, but the angle is the same.
The angle stays the same. It's just writing latitude after the angle.
Yes, so you are not saying angle to Polaris is 45 degree, but you are saying latitude is 45 degree. So you are just changing angle to Polaris for latitude, and number of the angle remains the same. So this is just renaming the same angle. You are not doing anything but renaming. If renaming is doing something essential for Nathan Oakley, okay. For me, it is not. You can name things in different ways. It doesn't change this thing into different thing because you renamed it. It doesn't.
Yeah, we've been dealing with this for a bit.
If you're giving this person money, right? If you're giving Bev money, you're a fucking idiot too. Because you're giving money to somebody who's got no shame, will lie through their back teeth, bullshit their way, and double down on their incorrect assertions. You want to support that with money? You're an idiot.
See, this is Nathan Oakley, the guy that went mental at Jeren for doing, I don't know, call it similar. I guess this was the bit when Nathan's subs were dropping off and he was getting a bit, you know, there's not enough money in this arena. I need to scoop it all up. Come and give it to me. Don't give it to him. But thank you very much to the subs and subscribers, members that we do have. Thanks for sticking with us, even though Nathan Oakley told you not to.
Don't be subscribed to Bev. Unsubscribe. I expect to see his numbers drop.
It's not about money. It's about truth for me. Whenever I listen to people, and I, you know, part of Bev's channel, I went in there, and there's a reason I left, and this is not truth.
His Nathan Oakley cult worked. Nathan Oakley, the high priest, managed to do some good work. My numbers did drop. It's one of the things that Nathan Oakley's correct about. There's not many. But issuing orders to his subjects to unsubscribe from me worked.
I think somebody just in the Discord's come on and basically talked about how this point's been put and he's been ignored and silenced. It's not a truther channel. Whatever it is for Bev to kind of explain. But he's aptly demonstrating it's not about truth.
It's not about truth.
And I am curious if now Adam Miken can give us his definition of truth. Just to to point out that some people are using this word
You can
without
establish your
knowing
latitude.
what it is.
And I think this is the one. See, now, because of Nathan Oakley doing that video, there are other people that did listen to him, right? And this was the next narrative that went along. I noticed those people that Nathan Oakley told to unsubscribe went on to make videos about us and to turn more people against us. And this is another one. See whether you can see this. It's only 1 minute.
You can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
You know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris.
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping.
It says it didn't end well for Bev. I don't know why. Like, Bev tried lying. To my knowledge, right? I've always had all of the conversations that we've got, the hours of videos that are out there. They've been broadcast and they've been broadcast live. So everyone can see the discussions that occurred. And if anybody thinks I've lied anywhere, they can come in and have a discussion with us about what they think that I've lied about. I've always been open, asked people all of the things. Now, I don't intend to lie. If somebody thinks I've lied somewhere, come and have a discussion about it. But this sort of stuff where people just push this narrative, I call it slander, right? Especially within this arena, because like Adam said, this is a so-called truth arena where people are meant to be searching for the truth. Well, we try and help people get that for themselves. You can't just be handed it. It's never going to be done like that. But this is where it went. I thought this is hilarious. This. No.
Ken, do you want to call him out as a liar?
He did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Have you said that to me?
So that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. See, now this music in the background is a Masonic, which I find really funny because the idea of on the level is the camera on the level. And most people know what that means, but Nathan Oakley has got some people and his fans and his subjects, his members of the cult of Flat Earth debate. And this is where we're at. This is one of the videos. Can do call with an angle. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. Can do fuck all with an angle. Your latitude is the angle. Your latitude is the angle to call with an angle.
Reflect upon the checkered floor. We meet upon the level. We meet upon the level. We meet on the level.
Is it this guy, right, part of Nathan's cult, and he's promoting this? Or is he trying to make somebody think something about us here? Who knows? But if you've ever been round here, I think this is hilarious.
And part on the square. Hands round, ye brother masons, form the bright fraternal chain. We part upon the square below to meet in heaven again. What words of precious meaning those words Masonic are. We meet upon the level and we part upon the square. We meet upon the level.
Says Descartes. Aristotelians are less knowledgeable than if they had abstained from study. That's Descartes, apparently. These quotes here, do you want me to read them out? No, I'll save them. You don't want to know about that. It's a bit too deep. This is Descartes, and this is where the deception is. Now, if you can't see the deception of Nathan Oakley trying to get around his aphoric state of him wondering what he's going to say he can do with an angle, if you couldn't call latitude an angle, or you couldn't name an angle latitude, Nathan Oakley would be completely fucked. He wouldn't have a thing to go to. But that's the only thing he can go to, is like naming an angle something. It's ridiculous, and he's been fooling a lot of people for far too long, really. But this is what's needed in this arena. People who follow Aristotle is underlined within this. Knowledgeable than if they were to abandon their studying. Clip them to this bit here and this bit here.
We meet upon the level. We meet on the level and part on.
It's got here. Mediocre minds underlined, and blind man. We're going to go over that, whether it in-house or whatever. Descartes and his hate boner for Aristotle. And obviously the logical methods that Aristotle brought.
It's not only Descartes. I would say that they all.
Yeah.
They all hate Aristotle.
Well, they put Aristotle with the Bible and sort of have to destroy both of those sort of things, that logical method that was within that. They hate them equally.
Yeah. So Euclid's geometry, Aristotle, logic, Aristotelian logic. Yeah. And the Bible, of course, yes, also. Because
do you not find it strange, right, that he's linking Nathan Oakley calling us a liar and then saying, well, we're Masons as well, and then say that Aristotle, right, they follow Aristotle.
Yes, this is he's making association, because of course Freemasons are they have this, their logo, this compass and ruler, or whatever it is called,
square,
with square. So and G is gnosis. So yes, they are Gnostic sect, but they are using or pretending that they are using geometry and logic for their course. That you can have this spiritual knowledge within mathematics. Which is
I'm
not
saying
true,
that this guy is linking what Nathan Oakley said about us being liars to the Masonic part, and then he's also linking that Masonic part to Aristotle.
Yes,
and just the logical process. He's trying to link it all together to say everybody with Nathan Oakley's fans or whatever, right? They can also believe that the geometry's linked to the Masons, and then the logic's linked to Aristotle, and all of that's linked to Bev, who lies about angles and things about geometry.
Yes, so they, by association, they are linking you and this server and Aristotle and Euclid and Freemasonry together. Yeah, that's this is that kind of association, and this is very, I would say, for me, it is disgusting. But okay.
Surface.
There we go. Right, so here we go back to the back to the other one. This is the last half hour of Adam, who's been drinking a bit, and the first conversation where I realised that QE, Adam, Nathan Oakley, Arwin all think that flat is an orientation. Because I obviously understand that things that are flat can be in any orientation. Well, these guys literally think that flat is a particular orientation. And that's where that's where the battle begins between flat earthers, and because obviously I know people that call themselves flat earthers, but they don't adamantly try and force you into the belief that flat is an orientation, because I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I don't know how certain adults have put themselves in this position. To me, this is flat earth society shit all over. This is what everybody should be fighting against in society. This is deceit or delusion, one or the other. I don't know.
I think they are deliberately conflating meaning of this word flat, because you can say that for example, someone is sitting flat, even at least in Polish. In sport, it is the sitting flat is let's say technical term. If you are not crossing your legs, and you are sitting and your legs are straight, it is in Polish it is called sitting flat or flat sit. I don't know how to name it in English, but it is official term. But and it means orientation, of course, because usually you are sitting on the floor, and floor is horizontal, or level. But this is not mathematical meaning, because we know that this is contextual meaning, so it is idiomatic expression. But you can have vertical plane. If you have horizontal plane, you have vertical plane, and this plane vertical is the same flat as horizontal. So it does not mean that it indicates orientation in that sense. Only in just popular, let's say, colloquial meaning. Because there is colloquial meaning of flat, that you are horizontal. Yes, but this is colloquial, that you are lying flat in your bed, for example. But it has nothing to do with geometry and science, etc. It's just colloquial term. In real life, for example, like lying flat in bed. Okay.
Right, so let's have a listen to this. Get back into it. It is the last hour or so.
Geography. It's just a description of the bubbles on the top of that flat surface.
I think Adam does a lot of talking.
To try and conflate the two seems confusing to me. And as a flat earther, why are you drawing? This is
not
like
a flat earther, Adam. It's not flat.
I'm confused as to why you're using it.
Okay, I got two questions.
So I want Bev.
No,
I wanted to move
questions or what? Let me go to the toilet. I'll be back in a bit.
Is Earth level?
I have a way to move this forward.
This is exactly the reason that I love
Good timing that. Yeah, I think I'll go for a toilet while these are playing.
That's my two questions, please. Is Earth level, Bev?
He went to the toilet.
Level is a tool. Level is the tool.
I just want to ask you.
No, Rob. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes.
You're using the noun.
Okay, yeah, but if I were to use the level
Adjective.
the tool. Yeah, no, I want to use the word level right now as the tool.
Oh, okay.
And if I'm going to use the tool's job, its job of the tool called a level is to create a two-dimensional horizontal plane.
It doesn't
That's
create it.
why no, the tool
that's my
creates
question
the
wrong.
plane.
My question
It
was
doesn't
supposed to
create.
be,
The
is
tool
Earth
doesn't create anything.
horizontal?
The tool doesn't create anything. That's where you went wrong.
Okay,
he's
yeah,
right. He defines it,
I
though.
get, yeah. It
Rob,
it measures it.
Rob's
I also asked
right.
my question wrong.
Rob,
I meant to ask, is Earth horizontal,
Scrap.
not level?
Don't go off Rob's point. He's correct. The tool defines your point of reality from that point on. So it does define the plane. That's why you set it up. It's like what a sextant does. It's there to define that plane. Doesn't mean it's reality, but it defines the plane of the angles and whatever you're going to do from that point on. It's a point of reference.
Yeah,
Well,
but it doesn't create anything, though.
It doesn't
Well, my
create
questions
reality.
Did he ask if the Earth was level? Was that the question? I think it was, but I don't know what I missed. I went to the toilet.
It creates the point of reference that you're going
So-
to then do calculations from. But
All right.
it
Well,
defines
I
that
think
point.
we're quibbling over nonsensical buffoonery. I can't believe we're
Totally.
even talking about this. Let's go to 52 minutes after the hour.
Maybe
because
a
this
wait
is-
for Bev.
These are all axioms. Now I'm arguing with the rest of the people. Bev can be later. Level. Now look at these definitions for level from Cambridge and Dictionary. These are all just axioms. It's axiomatic, right? Level, having no part higher than the other, having a flat or even surface. So flat and level are synonymous. Level, being in a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal, level, horizontal, and flat are all the fucking same. Level to me.
Graphical.
No, he's not. It's a fucking fallacy. It's Red's pretenderic fallacy, you fucking imbeciles.
My countertop is flat, but it
Oh
might
my
not be
God.
horizontal.
Yeah.
Vertical
you're a
can
fucking
be
imbecile,
flat,
I'm gonna
too.
tell you.
Yep.
You're,
I mean,
you're
I don't
fucking
know.
You hear that? Background. Vertical can be flat too. That's the point. Not just horizontal. Flat doesn't mean in that way. It's mad.
Vertical can be flat, but horizontal is flat. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why I brought it.
Originally
that's why I brought
it
it up,
was.
Kiwi. That's why I brought it up because I knew they were gonna go with
I'm
it.
back.
Yeah,
Let me do
can
it
we? Can we just all calm down? Have QE like break it down really quick with Bev.
Hold on, I'm looking for my idiot
was
file.
asking me a question, so
There you go. Hold on, Bev. I'm going to show you what Red's Pretenderic did in 2016, and I busted his dumb ass. So what he said was the surface of the shelf is flat, right? But then he changed the orientation of the entire shelf itself and said level is not flat because it's still flat.
Yeah, I've
what
had
he
them
did
do
was
that.
that's
What-
not horizontal.
what he did was, hold on a second. He said, yeah, look, it's not level, but it's still flat. That's what he said. Because he's conflating the...
No, he's right, isn't he? Like it's still flat, but it's not level or horizontal. You can be flat
Because
in other orientations.
Yes, because they were talking about logic, but they don't know these statements, which are categorical and not categorical. So you can say that all horizontals are flat, but you cannot say that all flat planes are horizontal. So that's why you can say that all horizontals are flat or level, because level is just one orientation, but you cannot say that all flats are level. This is they are missing knowledge about how to create these statements, these categorical and not categorical statements. They don't discern between categorical and not categorical statements because some of them are horizontal and some of them are not horizontal. But all of them are flat because planes are flat. So all planes are flat, but not all planes are horizontal. So you cannot equivocate.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't understand this.
Well, I don't know
term.
whether, like, I think this is the same as the you can do fuck all with an angle type statement, although this precedes it. I think it's a similar state of mind, right? That they either choose not to address that particular issue that we're dealing with and skirt around it in order to ease themselves away from the actual topic, or they're just unwilling to address it. I don't know.
Yes, but for me it is just simple. It is not even logic. This is grammar. This is very basic logic because we are talking about description or predication upon some subject. So in fact, we are now talking about grammar.
Part of the trivium, I think, that, you know, like it's one of the primitive parts of the trivium. It sort of has to come first. And I think that's one of the bits that I needed. I didn't quite get that at school, the link between grammar into logic, you know, with the formulation of the words and how the identity of the words have to be carried through your logical statement, right? It's a necessity for you to have the correct grammar in your statements, whereas I don't think if you've never gone into looking at the formulation of logic and all of that, it's very easy to miss these fundamentals, isn't it?
Yes, because in school, most of children are just, they omit that. This logic part of learning grammar. But in grammar, logic is already in grammar. Because when we say something grammarly, then we say in logic way, because otherwise we wouldn't be understood. If the sentence is badly formed, then we cannot understand that sentence. So it has to be formulated in logic way. So that's why we can understand what someone is saying. And basic grammar is sentence, creating sentence. And sentence is logic, because if we have subject and object, it means we have subject and object is generally maybe predication. For example, let's say plane is flat. This is object, subject, plane, and object or predication upon that, which is object in sentence. It is flat. So this is flat, and we can turn this into categorical statement. All planes are flat. But we cannot say that because horizontal is orientation, and this is only one orientation, we cannot say that all horizontals, we can say that all horizontals are flat because they are already planes and in this orientation. But all orientations are flat, but not planes are horizontal. So if horizontal is flat, it doesn't necessarily mean that all planes are flat, because this is creating illicit minor. because we have second predication. And the second predication is orientation. So you cannot confuse two predications, because the two being flat, this is one predication, and the second is orientation. They are in two different categories. You cannot confuse categories. And if QE is saying that level means flat, yeah, okay, we can agree on that, but we cannot say that all flats are level, because level is orientation and flat is different predication. This is visual condition. This is surface of something. It may be level, but maybe not, because it is different predication. They are confusing predications, wrong category. They cannot see that they are making error of, this is called, as I remember, misplaced concreteness. Error of misplaced concreteness. You cannot equivocate two different categories. That's my point. And QE is now doing that.
Well, he's telling everybody about level, isn't he?
Surface characteristics with the shelf's orientation. Follow?
I don't think that's a conflation.
Yeah,
That is a conflation.
He's correct, isn't he?
Total conflation.
No, he's wrong. It is a conflation. You're talking about two different things. You're conflating.
Exactly. You're conflating the shelf with the orientation. To me, I don't think you want to listen to that again, right? 20 seconds. So there's a shelf, and it's flat and it's level, and then you make it so it's not level. The shelf is still flat, but not level.
Yes,
not horizontal.
Exactly. So these predications can meet only when we have two conditions to meet two predication in one situation. That shelf has to be orientated in a horizontal position, and it can lose that, because you can change orientation of the shelf, but in fact you cannot change flatness until you destroy the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So the shelf is always flat, but not always in horizontal position. That's why you cannot equivocate both. Always flat, but not always horizontal or level. That's the difference. So you cannot create a categorical statement for both predications, only for one. Yes, you can say that it is always flat, but you cannot say that it is always level or horizontal. That's the difference.
Yeah. But as to why they say it's not, listen to the...
Because he's conflating the surface characteristics with the shelf's orientation. Follow?
I don't think that's a conflation.
Yeah,
that is a conflation.
He's correct, isn't he?
Total conflation.
No, he's wrong. It is a conflation. You're talking about two different things. You're conflating
exactly.
orientation to the surface of the
characteristics.
yeah.
Well, horizontal.
Who's conflating? I think this is where people lose this group of people, right? That they're losing their followers in the mind games that they're playing. It just doesn't make sense. When I say lose, I mean that you can't comprehend nonsense, and what they're saying just doesn't seem to make sense. And the reason it doesn't seem to make sense is that it is nonsense. They're going backwards on their own statements. They're conflating it, but they're saying that we're the ones that are conflating it. It's sad when these sort of things happen.
is an orientation.
But
Exactly.
nobody's claiming a vertical or a sloped Earth. Nobody's claiming the Earth is vertical
John
or
Hawkins
sloped.
said it was
So-
a slope.
Yeah, well, on our
Blue
side,
said
on
the
our
water
side.
slopes.
Yeah, on our side, nobody is claiming a vertical or a sloped Earth.
We got the
Nobody's doing
commentator.
that.
I don't think
fucking
anybody is.
extremist here. Where
So
the
it
fuck is
doesn't
he?
matter. So
You don't
it's
get to
pointless
listen.
what he's saying.
Go ahead.
What I-
Sorry about
what I-
that.
Extremists.
What I was going to say earlier is airplanes fly in a straight line. They fly horizontally. The only time they have to change is change elevation to sit with the altitude.
Okay.
But if they can hold the same altitude and they don't have to change elevation to hold the altitude because of convection and stuff like that, then they can fly for thousands of miles, hundreds and thousands of miles, straight in a horizontal. So that means the surface underneath them has to have a horizontal baseline.
Yeah,
that
its level is horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Flat.
but you can call it a flat Earth.
Go ahead. You can. Level is horizontal, then you can call it a flat Earth, says Brian's logic. The guy that's on the website with Blue Marble Science and Bob the Science Guy as a debunker of what we do here. Much like Nathan Oakley calling us a liar. Brian's logic, he's done the same sort of thing, except he's been put on the debunking list. He's team debunker.
Hey, Brian, hold on a second. Let Scrat wanted to ask him a question. Go
Let
ahead,
me.
Scrat.
Can I just make a statement first, please? Because
I want to ask my two
fucking
questions,
hell.
please. Can I just ask my two questions? Bev, do you admit that Earth is horizontal?
Right, I'll make a statement. Right,
Hold on.
my
Can you
entire
answer my question?
being is logical. And the logic derives the geometry. The geometry derives my arguments and logic too. Right? So forgive me if I stick to those geometric, logical truths. Okay, go on. Ask me again then.
Okay, now
Let's go.
Is Earth horizontal?
The earth, to me, the land, the stuff you grow stuff out of, the crop, where you put the crops in, because water's different, right, than earth, and rocks aren't earth either. So that earth, normally where they plant stuff in, yeah, it's they till it and tend it, and it's the land, yeah.
Is Earth horizontal?
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
What?
Realm.
No.
The realm Earth.
I'd
not
say
the
if you
dirt.
wanted to find a
There's an
horizontal,
aspect
you
of
should
truth.
look at water and steady water, right? At rest, static water, hydrostatics. That's the place that you should be looking.
Bev, are you saying that
He'll say that to date. Scientifically, you should be looking at hydrostatics. That'll be the place if you really wanted to get into this sort of stuff. But if you want to stick with the basics and the argumentation, then stick with this sort of stuff. But if you really want to know, get all scientific and look into hydrostatics. That'd be the place to go.
So you won't say that
Why?
Earth
Water
is
gets
horizontal.
rippled. It's not flat because it gets ripples, right?
Oh, you're quibbling along with them now. How many
I
drinks?
know, I'm
Owen's,
doing it on
Owen's
purpose,
point
just to
is
make an
just as
example.
valid as Bev's. And in fact,
Oh,
it exemplifies the level of quibble, doesn't it?
Yep.
I think
Yep.
Owen's point is totally pertinent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Owen. Even water's not flat.
Yep.
Oh, hold
It's
on.
ripples.
All he
The
ever
ocean
says
is
is that
constantly
level.
rippling, so it's not flat.
Yeah, all I said was that level is horizontal, right?
And
Okay,
flat.
is Earth horizontal?
No, level is horizontal, not Earth.
And flat.
Okay, so what's that have to do with Earth then? Why you keep
It's got
saying
nothing
that?
to do with Earth. I don't talk about Earth. You guys talk about Earth, not me.
Bev,
Do you
you become
understand-
contrarian.
Hold on a second. Let's go back to 52 minutes after the hour, Bev. Is level flat?
Look how fucking they are. They're Earth-shaped obsession people. Model affliction. It's terrible. And it derives all of these conversations when... can you imagine trying to get away from them? Saying, I can... Look, don't give a shit about the shape of your Earth. Just leave me alone. I don't want to. I'm not interested. It's like somebody who wants to talk about a certain, like, train spotting or something. I don't know. And they're like, you're in this arena. You keep talking about it. It's like, we're in this arena because you say stupid shit. And we learn from that. We can gain thinking from those stupid things that you say. This is one of those times, I think, when you learn that these people, the shadow giants, might not be as bright as you imagined. The shadows are dimming, but blurred edges. Level is a horizontal plane. A horizontal plane would be flat.
That didn't answer my question. Is level flat?
I think we got flatness allergy here.
Hold on a second. This is a very important question. 52 minutes after the hour. You know you're screwed, right?
He said yes. He said flat is level.
Level is a horizontal plane, and a horizontal plane would be flat.
There you go.
Conversation's over. It's done.
Conversation's
What are
over.
we? Yeah.
But it doesn't go both ways.
But
Flat doesn't necessarily mean
mountains negate flatness. The reality we live in negates that flatness because there are elevation changes.
In reality,
yeah. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Like,
it is. I think I am on the phone, so I cannot see that. It was the booster who said that it doesn't work both ways. Someone said it.
That's Sugar Cookie, I think that was.
Sugar Cookie.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is very important, and they completely ignored that. It doesn't work. Because, yes, you can say that level is flat, but you cannot say that flat is level. That would be false equivocation because of things I said before. Categorical statement cannot be mixed with not categorical statement. So Sugar Cookie is right. You cannot inverse that. You cannot say that because level is flat, therefore flat is level. No, because you can have flat without being level. And they didn't get it anyway. They ignored that.
Yeah, it's just the basics of logic, really, and understanding.
Is water
Yeah,
flat by Arwin?
even before logic, grammar.
Yeah. Yeah. Sides, no. It doesn't do, does it?
Done, mate.
No, so
Arwin's
it's not.
done you. Mate,
No,
he did you all ends up
water
there.
level. Have you ever seen
Yeah,
one?
he
A
did you.
tool?
Yeah, he did you. Which level? The top of the water or the bottom bit of the
A
water?
water level,
Not level.
Adam.
Arwin did you, mate?
A water level, Adam. Have you ever seen one?
No, he did you.
Please,
You got done
please
by
say
Arwin
you've seen a
to be
water level,
contrarian.
Adam.
same thing with
I
over
think
and
you're
over.
being a
He
contrarian,
told
mate.
me last
You
night.
got done by contrarian. Yeah? That's the whole point of your argument, right? And it's based on, as you say, water is flat, yeah?
No.
Well, no.
No, I've never said
Water
that.
defines flat in your book, mate.
No.
What?
Water
I never said, dude.
is
That's
horizontal.
flat.
Level
Water
is
doesn't define flat and perpendicular and level. Water doesn't define level.
horizontal. It defines, doesn't
It
it?
doesn't define horizontal water.
It does, doesn't it? A water
It
level,
does.
yeah, it's
Arwin.
a tool for establishing a
Arwin.
horizontal.
Arwin, I'll hand over to the fantastic point you make then, because apparently water does define level, even though it's not level.
Do you know what a water level is at Arwin before you carry on?
Well, I don't know what water level is, but if it is based...
See, Arwin, I don't know what water level is his opening statement. So, it's well done sticking up for Adam,
on
Arwin.
water being perfectly reliably flat, it isn't. It
horizontal.
ripples. There's waves constantly.
Horizontal.
Hang on, Bev is talking about something different. Bev is
Yeah.
talking about the tool of water.
Here comes Brian's logic, the guy that's joined the debunker team on the website. There's videos of him debunking this sort of stuff.
I
level
know.
tool. used in construction. That's what Bev is talking about.
No, but we're talking about
if
whether,
you're horizontal.
Brian,
Yeah.
we're talking about whether the nature of the Earth,
You
flat,
guys are.
without being
We're
an
talking about a
arsehole
water level.
about undulations means it's flat and perpendicular. Now, Bev's took it to water, which is his reference point, and as Alwyn has pointed out, at what point is water in the natural world perfectly flat and undulationless? Because as I remember,
When you put it in a thing, it's called the law of communicating vessels.
Bev, crescendo, there's a meniscus on every bit of water within containment.
Just natural laws that Adam's brushing over in his misinterpretation of what a water level is and how the water level works. Shocking.
So where do you define your level with a meniscus? Because that is your reference point, water. So even if we take about air wobbling the surface, you have a meniscus. Where is level with your reference of water? If we're going to be such arsey that we're going to get into, like I said at the beginning of this, topography.
He never shuts up. This is why you shouldn't drink and discord. Yeah, horizontal.
Flat.
Was that a concedement? Was that? Yeah,
Concede?
horizontal. Yeah, you're right, Ad. Was that?
Yeah, water level is a tool for establishing a
I'll
horizontal.
take
Brain's
that as a
just
yes,
told you.
then, Bev. Thank you very much. You're a gentleman with great humility. Shame on you, bro.
Right, yeah. I'm
Shame
not
on
so
you.
sure what happened there.
Can you just
Shame on you.
I'm not sure what happened there.
Shame on you.
So
I
is
don't think I've
water
ever claimed anything else,
You're not
anything
showing
any
that.
different, have
You're
I?
not showing that to serious flat earthers tonight, Bev. You're showing yourself really to have no humility.
Adam, I
Shame
don't
on
know
you.
what you're talking about.
Swallow a bit, pal. Swallow a bit. I did it tonight. Nathan called me out. Yeah, I made a misstatement.
really not
And I had to go,
sacked,
you know
is
what,
Nathan?
Nate?
Called him
Totally right. You called me out.
And he's a
Did
little
it.
bit drunk.
Didn't hurt after the fact. I had to swallow it for the second, but moved on. But we're truthers here, mate. And you're putting yourself in a position. Now, I've either got to go, yeah, that's a lovely wig you've got on there, Bev. Or I've got to call you like a truther on these points. Don't get arsey about it. Just go, yeah, I'm being a bit of a twat about this. Like everybody's hearing about what flat horizontal means. And I've been a bit panicky. I've been, like I said 3 times, a bit of a contrarian about it. No real point to the point I'm making. I'm just trying to make a point for a contrarian reason. That's what I see. But I've got to call you on it, mate. Because what is the point you're making otherwise? Please.
It's just one claim. Level is horizontal. That's all I've ever
That's
said.
not a claim. That's an axiom.
That's just a repetition of what I just said and a denial of the point.
Can you prove it?
No, the main point was that Bev refuses to
No.
call the Earth flat. That
No,
was the main
axioms are unproven, self-evident. Well done.
So here's the point. QE thinks that level is horizontal is unprovable. He thinks you cannot prove that a level is a tool to establish horizontals. Thinks it's just an axiom. QE doesn't understand the whole statement and the reason we say that instead of fucking stupid flat earth or whatever. Things that you can prove. We say it as a statement, so you can prove it. But QE's taken that out of the hands of people. He's saying it's an axiom. There's no need for you to prove it. Well, you can prove it to yourself. And once you prove something, then you can have the knowledge and you can hold that proof for your own. QE's taking it away from people. It's literally taking it out of people's hands. These people that are around that he's meant to be helping, he could be handing them a proof for them to gain for themselves. But he doesn't. He just rips it out of them and says it's an axiom. People don't even get to understand what an axiom is and how false his statement is for saying that it's an axiom. Horizontal, being horizontal would be an axiom if you just claimed horizontal. But there are proofs for those. That's just a grammatical touch. I don't think QE understands what an axiom is. And it doesn't work like it does with words. But, hey. Yeah, which brings a good question. Can you prove it?
You don't prove axioms. That's why they're fucking axioms.
You can prove axioms. That's why they are axioms. Self-evident. Of course there's a proof for them, for fuck's sake. How stupid can you be? You say things that are self-evident can't be proved. What? Not so sure QE understands this sort of stuff. Things that are self-evident should be the easiest things to prove. You should be able to place them within a tautology, simple as, quick, sharp. Everyone should be able to do that. Maybe these people don't understand as much as they are willing to portray. When they're in a big pack, a group, they can distract people. As a team, they work together quite well. I'll prove it's a straight line, right?
That's don't fucking red herring away from the issue. Level, flat, and horizontal. Those are all axioms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not all synonyms.
Yeah.
They're axioms. Yes,
But
they are.
You can prove it, right?
Yeah, I just defined. Who
Can
said
prove,
no?
We can prove
I
levels
did.
horizontal, right?
Sugar cookie, dumbass.
Okay.
Don't call me a dumbass.
I just defined it for you 3 fucking times. Are you blind?
I know. I'm not blind, but I'm saying they're not synonyms, dude.
There's me. Oh,
Don't fucking call me a dumbass.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'll fucking call you what you are.
Go on.
If you read the definition, I want you to read this definition. I'm gonna post this motherfucker again.
Are you just gonna repeat yourself?
This is gonna be a fucking test.
Anybody is gonna get anywhere. Everybody's just gonna
It's
repeat.
gonna be a fucking test. Your non sequitur fallacy. Read that fucking definition and then make your claim. Read it out loud.
I'm not gonna do jack shit. You're gonna tell me about.
Level. I'll read it for you since you're being an asshole. Level.
No, you're the one being an asshole.
Don't interrupt me. I'll fucking get your ass.
Fuck you. I don't give a shit.
It's Cambridge Dictionary, though.
Good. So I'll mute him. So level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. Level, horizontal, flat are all synonymous in the fucking definition because they're axioms. All right? If you say no, you're a dumb fuck. How about that?
They're all synonymous in the definition because they're axioms. He actually said that.
Yes, but he is wrong because if in this definition is said that horizontal or flat, it means that flat means horizontal in that context, because it is true. Horizontal is flat because it is plane. But it doesn't indicate that level is flat because it is flat. The cause of being level is not flatness. The cause is orientation, not flatness. He's missing that point in this definition, because in this definition he just read, it is said horizontal or flat. So he needs QE needs to read really carefully what is said in the
I
definition.
don't know whether he needs to read it, but I mean, he's sort of saying that they're synonymous. Well, are they? I mean, horizontal and level are synonymous, but horizontal, level, and flat, they're not synonymous. Right? In a context for certain things, yes,
exactly.
but that's where QE is model afflicted, right? Because he's only in this one particular scenario, yet he's making a broad, sweeping statement outside of the realm that he's actually talking about. Unless you're meant to know that QE is model afflicted and he's only talking about the particular part that he's dealing with, then you're not meant to know. And I think that's what we deal with here. We try and get people on point so their words are more accurate, because within this arena, if you leave holes in your argument, then obviously you can be made to sound different, right? So obviously QE and his followers are going to imagine that he's talking about the synonyms within that definition, but that definition doesn't make it an axiom that all of those three words are synonyms. Unfortunately, that's the problem. He's linked it to an axiom, which I would advise people against.
That we good?
I'm sorry.
It's just
probably going to get for this, but you QE, I have to say this, man. You are acting like a fucking retard right now.
Yeah. So is your sister.
You've just said level is horizontal. That's all I've said. Brilliant.
Not you.
We agree.
Arguing.
Yeah, but
Hey,
it's
Bev,
also-
is water what is
you
water
seem to
level?
want to avoid the word flat a lot.
Flat. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
why is that?
Listen, level is horizontal, but
okay,
are mountains, right? Are they flat? You guys?
Is water flat?
Bev, can you explain what water level is, please? So, tell me what you
the
think
tool.
water level is.
The tool. A water level.
To establish
flat?
elevation?
Is
Yeah.
the water in a
Okay,
water
so
level
is that
perfectly
level?
A water level
You're
establishes
flip-flopping, mate.
a level.
Between
Hold on
two
for a
paradigms,
second. Please,
and
can
it's very
let me ask
obvious
this.
for everybody.
Let me just
to witness,
stay
mate.
in reality, right?
Bev,
Okay.
Bev,
Stick to
Bev,
facts.
Right.
So,
Right.
water
Louise
level-
just gone through the description there with the three words used.
Yes.
With
Brilliant.
equivocity, right?
Yeah.
You, for the past hour, have tried to keep, as you keep saying, all mountains flat, right?
And it's
You keep
not.
Flipping, and then you go
They're
to
not.
water, and your lack of comprehension.
No, I
as
think
to
it's your
why-
lack of understanding,
as to
Adam.
why that is nonsensical is apparent to most people here, or a couple, right? So I would ask you again, please explain to me why in the description you want to differentiate between level, flat, yeah, parallel, whatever, all of these things that are talking about the whole surface of the plane.
I think that was a bit of a Freudian slip there, because he said parallel. Yeah, at no point had parallel come up at any point. So he's got that in his mind, parallel. And that's very telling once you know where actual argument is and how damaging it is. I think that was a Flat Earth Society slip from Adam. Probably because he'd been drinking a little bit too much.
And then you want to talk about the topography of a mountain, as if that qualifies your point. It's frankly getting to the point of ridiculous, because we've been at this for a while. We've repeated it repeatedly, and you've still not made a coherent point other than repeat the. It's really sounding like a baller, dude. It's really bad. You're not
Adam,
coherent.
can I just have a go, or do you want to just
keep saying the same thing? Please make a statement that clarifies what the hell you're on about, Bev.
Okay.
Because you're not making sense.
Are you going to let me?
Yeah, other than you trying to point out that flat, which is water,
Adam,
and then
please.
It's all right on one scale for it to be okay, but not on the other.
This is definitely
why
why you shouldn't drink in Discord.
Really weak,
Other
dude.
people have to put up with it.
And that's all I've heard for the past hour. So please,
it's not fun.
With those distinguishments in mind, address the point, please.
Okay, coming from a building construction and surveying background.
Building construction and surveying, that is not a great
water
start,
level,
dude, with what I just said. That's
The
shocking.
tool, a water level has nothing to do with.
Hold
the
on.
Joking, bro.
Hold on. Hey, Adam. Turn up the truth. Are you fucking high?
I'm fucking pissed off.
Not you,
I
Adam.
fucking am.
Turn up the truth. Are you fucking high, dude?
I'm fucking pissed off.
Not you, Adam. Turn up the truth. What is your fucking problem, dude?
Oh, you finally fucking unmuted me, you little cunt.
Little cunt. You know who you're fucking dealing with?
Whoa.
Yeah, nobody. I don't know why you think you're so fucking high in yourself, goof.
So
You better fuck.
Obviously, Turn Up was a little bit wound up by QE. I think that's they like to try and play these games with people by, I don't know, just doing this sort of stuff, seeing how far they can push it, because they are like cult leaders at the moment. They're trying to push this image to people, and I'm not too sure it's a good thing.
Can take yourself back a little bit, bud. You're not the fucking man. So stop acting like you are, or I'll
shut the fuck up, you clown.
Dude.
This fucking idiot.
Don't do meth.
This fucking idiot right here. All I wanted to do was ask you a question. Your manhood, let me tell you something. My dick's bigger than yours. All right? So just.
What? Is that the way normal conversation is held from QE? I mean, I've not. No wonder he got banned from. Well, not banned. Muted over at. Is it the politics server? I think Flat Earth's gone over to the politics server. But, is that a normal thing? I don't think I've ever heard that from anybody, ever. And I've been in quite a few conversations and debates and stuff. But has anybody ever heard that? Internet, I mean, it takes Internet Tough Guy to a new realm. I'll do it again, just so you can hear. It comes from nowhere.
This fucking idiot right here. All I wanted to do was ask you a question. Your manhood, let me tell you something. My dick's bigger than yours. All right?
Like, what? What's going on?
So just shut the fuck up and answer a simple question.
How he did measure that?
Who are you talking
Is level, flat, and horizontal.
What are you talking about, QE? What the fuck's going on? What are we talking about? Flat being an orientation. Where did this come from?
The same fucking thing.
take my fucking word up again, cunt.
Holy
huh?
Shit.
QE, come on, man.
Why don't you take my word up again, bitch?
Take your what?
Your fucking black swan wouldn't be shit without me, fuckface.
Black
watch
swan.
your ass. Watch your ass.
Watch my
Be afraid.
my little cunt. Come on, bring it. Bring it, clown.
What the fuck is this?
Wow.
Bring it, clown fuck.
We were having a debate
QE, you
here,
fucking
not
called
an
me
ad
up,
hom,
okay? I
not
have
a
no problem
petty
putting you
ad
in your fucking
hominem.
place, goof. You're a little
You
goof
couldn't
rat.
put
piece of shit.
fucking baby
Calling
Huey
everybody
in
a piece of
place.
shit. How does it fucking
Sit
like?
in here.
How you like it, retard?
You
How you
couldn't
like it,
put,
retard?
you couldn't
You
put
fucking like
baby
it,
Huey
Remember
retard?
in
these
its place.
times?
I'm retard.
You couldn't put baby Huey in its place.
I'll fucking show you what I can do, cunt.
All right, come on with it.
You're a fucking old man. Couldn't wheel a tire down the fucking hill.
Oh, have you ever tried
I'm
an
getting
old
old.
man veteran?
I can still shoot like a motherfucker. Though.
Yeah. Couldn't fucking shoot a turd in a toilet, bitch.
Really?
Oh, listen to QE's response to that one, right? He said, I can still shoot. Turn Up says, you couldn't shoot a turd in a toilet. Which I thought was pretty good. But listen to QE's comeback.
I thought me and Bev were having a good
What the
argument,
hell is
Yeah, he
all
didn't
this
have
then?
one.
Well,
Turn up
he's
the truth. What
bring
is
it,
the
bitch. I'll bring
problem?
it to you, bitch.
The turd in the
Hey,
toilet
Ben,
ended
water
it.
level
Shooting
use,
the turd in the toilet
establish,
ended that
elevation of
conversation.
Earth, or off of Earth?
It's used to establish elevation changes, yeah.
Off of Earth, correct?
What do you mean? An even altitude.
Elevations.
An even
go up
altitude.
Okay, so is water level horizontal?
Yes, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference,
And it's
from
based
which
off
you
of
can
the-
measure elevation changes of the land.
Yeah, but that's
Wait,
based
wait.
off of the elevation of water, correct?
Could the
water
orientation
level?
be called flat? It's an orientation, right?
And this is where the first time it started to dawn on me. Now, when Arwin says this, put it back again. Listen, land. It's
Yeah,
what
but
flat
that's
earthers
based
have
off
to
of the
think.
elevation of water, correct?
Could the
water
orientation be
level?
called flat?
Could Arwin says it's like this is one of those questions that Stefan gave us at the beginning, right? What's the problem with the stars being below your feet? Arwin asks, could the orientation be called flat? Can anyone answer that question for Arwin? Could the orientation be called flat? Meaning, is there an orientation that you could call flat? I think.
No, the answer is no.
No. No, because
Because,
every orientation would be called flat.
Yeah.
If that was the case. If you could call one orientation flat, then every orientation is flat, and there is no way to distinguish between any of them. Therefore, a ridiculous question. It's a vacuous question because it goes nowhere. And
Yes, because flat goes with can go with plane. So you can say that plane is flat, but it has nothing to do with orientation of that plane, because plane is flat regardless of any orientation. So you cannot equivocate flat with orientation. Absolutely. I would say in logic that would be forbidden because it is nonsense.
It's an orientation, right? The geometric orientation.
2 points of end of a water level. 2 points.
Geometric orientation.
Is vertical flat?
Listen to that. Arwin's like sort of gaslighting. Like sort of, I don't know. It sounds, if you listen to it again, he's in the background, but listen to the way he's saying it. It's creepy as fuck.
It's an orientation, right? The geometric orientation.
2 points of end of a water level. 2 points.
Geometric orientation.
Is vertical flat?
Can you imagine him coming along with like sweeties? Come on, just say it's flat. It's an orientation. It's an orientation. It's a flat. So why not just say it's just flat? Because you don't have an orientation labeled flat. That's simple.
And by the way, Sugar Cookie again asked correct question. Is vertical, I suppose, plane flat?
Yeah.
Answer is
listen to QE now, though, I think. Not what you'd expect.
QE is vertical
It's going to
flat.
take to define the horizontal, the top of the meniscus, but yeah, water isn't level to define that. What you do is you take that and apply it to the plane, yeah, to define the plane.
You use a tool called a level, Adam.
On top of that flat level plane, yeah, there might be lumpy bits.
Mm-hmm.
Got nothing to
Negates
do
flatness, doesn't it?
Whether
the lumpy
surface
bits
is flat, unless, and genuinely, dude, this is. I'm not getting into the language that I just heard. This is a point of genuine concern that you're arguing this, that the top of that flat plane level surface, right?
Yeah, the
which has
horizontal
mountains on it, right? You say
measured
those
elevations
aren't level.
Yeah.
No, of course they're not level, but they sit upon a flat level plane. Each mountain with its own undulation.
Yeah, with all the
It sits
horizontals
upon
parallel
a flat
to each other.
Level,
Yeah.
parallel plane.
Yeah.
Now,
all
the way in which you
horizontals
measure
parallel to the plane of the
The way in
horizon.
which you
Yep.
measure
Really
those
nice,
mountains
but we're making a
is
case
based
why you
upon
can just
the
call
flat
it
level
flat.
plane. Yeah, and their undulation is based upon the flat level plane. Yeah, so
like having no protuberances or any undulation is one of the stipulations of flat. Yeah, Adam, right now, is trying to get that incorporated into. So the very definition states without, and Adam's trying to add them in, saying within. The flat earthers are contradicting themselves within their own definition of flat. It's turning into contradiction earth again, much like another team of people. This needs pointing out to people. I don't know whether it does. I think most people understand that. It's just that certain shadow giants are making it obvious to everybody, and it sounds ridiculous.
I'm really confused. It's a bit like the Christmas cake scenario. I've got my cake and it's flat on the plate. I put my marzipan on top. It's flat, it's level, it's smooth. Then I put my icing on. It's flat, it's level, it's smooth. And then what I do is I put little fork patterns through it.
And then it's not
flat, it's level, yeah, it's parallel. It's not smooth anymore.
Is vertical flat.
Is vertical flat?
Time.
Mike says, it sounds like a group of brand managers attempting to sell people on a poorly named brand. And yeah, it's right. I think most people know that, like, when they say they're flat earthers, it's pretty obvious that it's not actually flat. So opening up with that contradictory statement is ridiculous. But for certain reasons, these guys they've named themselves Flat Earth Debate. So obviously they can't be honest and say, well, yeah, it's not flat. But come and debate that we know it's not flat. That we know, because we know it's not. That would end the whole idea of you debating that it's flat. Because it's not. So, yeah, I can understand it, but the gaslighting that they have to do to anybody that points out it's not flat.
It's a question.
Who was that? Who asked that?
That was me. That was Sugar Cookie. That's me.
Oh, what's up, Sugar Cookie? I missed you.
Yes, vertical is flat. So what?
Okay. So
a vertical plane. could be considered flat, but is vertical flat? It's a vector in it. Like horizontal.
It's mathematical and got nothing to do with reality.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all we're talking about.
Of course it is.
Vertical flat.
How many vertical vectors has a mountain got, Bev?
There's another question. Like Stefan's what's the problem with lights in the sky under your feet? This is about how many vertical vectors does a mountain have? How big's the mountain? Where does the mountain start and end? Questions that I don't know whether you can deal with it, or whether you just want to imagine the bottom of a plate somewhere. How many horizontals? How do you imagine that they measure the elevation?
Hey, fella, look, just get a bit of humility. You're talking shit, and you're putting out a bit of geometric vector statement to back up nothing.
That was a good one from Sugar Cookie there as well. If vertical's flat, then how is vertical horizontal? Because QE's just said that horizontal being flat is an axiom. But if vertical's flat, how is vertical horizontal? By their own logic and axioms. Of course, I don't think that question will be answered at all.
Say that would prove that nor horizontal and nor vertical are flat, because it is wrong description. Plane is flat, not orientation of that plane. That's the difference in predications. They don't get it. You cannot have a categorical statement about both of predications. Only one, plane. If you say, if you are predicating on something that it is plane, then you can say that this plane is flat. But orientation of that plane, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
Still
the thing
flat.
for people to get out of this, that the use of these words are a simple grammatical thing that QE's just conflating these terms, and he's mixing them up in other people's minds. He's not really doing it to us, because you can see that we're trying to point out that his flaws as we go through this conversation. But I'm not too sure what other people get from it, because like Bob the other day, these are confidence tricksters, and the way they act are the ones that, you know, that's the way that they get portrayed. Adam is hammered, and Sugar Cookie, you're right, yeah, in this one, he's sober. Adam hammered, Sugar Cookie sober, and it works. I'll put that in again, because you don't really hear it, but these are the little comments that should come out. You know, if vertical is flat, then how is vertical horizontal? It's part of the logic that they've just laid out.
Fella, look, just get a bit of humility. You're talking shit, and you're putting out a bit of geometric vector statement to back up nothing. Stop it, dude.
Hey, Bev, will you admit this at least? Will you at least admit this?
And how is vertical
to listen to, bro?
Bev, will you at least admit this, that Earth is a horizontal plane with topography?
The Earth, like, are you like a thing to worship? Are you grouping it all together? Oh yeah.
What we are on.
The word we're listening.
Like the Earth.
Yeah,
Like,
like I say,
yes,
pretend I'm autistic,
yourself,
right?
man.
And just go literal.
You're supposed to be a truther. You're a joke.
Okay, so
Say,
You're sounding like a
yeah.
joke. You're supposed to be a truther. Yeah,
Who
you're
said
supposed
that?
to be
Who said that,
part of this
Adam?
community
Who said that, Adam?
talk to each other.
Adam's going off, obviously. He's had a little drink. And this is one of the main reasons you should not drink in Discord. Adam's showing us, giving us the example of why you shouldn't. Part of a community. We just came over here to get shouted at by QE.
I'm going to talk to you. I don't give a fuck, bruv. You need to hear this after a long time, I think.
Oh, go on then.
You're standing here tonight and you're talking to us like we're cunts. Yeah?
I'm not.
The shit that's coming out your mouth.
It's like, I don't know. Adam, obviously, he's had a drink. He might be hearing things and getting a little bit upset. But, you know, this is the way it is. This is flat earth debate.
And you're expecting us to waste our time listening to. You're not a flat earther. You're not a truther. You're a bullshitter, son.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well,
Because you've wasted
you
2
want me to
hours of
stay
my
here?
time with this shit.
You want me to stay here then,
You're
Adam?
a joker. You're an absolute joker. And unless people want to attest otherwise, maybe they won't have the balls to say it to you direct like I'm doing after 2 years of listening to you. Yeah? But you're a joker,
You don't have
son.
to listen to me. Yeah, he's got... Maybe most people here don't have the balls to tell me that, you know, like Adam is. Or maybe people just aren't pissed. That they don't have hate boners for stuff that they don't really understand. I think that's what it is. But anytime Adam does want to have a conversation about any of this stuff, we can go over it. Anytime, Adam. Let us know. Try not to be pissed, though. We don't... It doesn't work well. Don't drunken Discord.
You don't have to, but take it on the chin. I'm telling you now, from me to you, you're a joker from what you've presented yourself as tonight. You're not genuine, you're not honest, and you're not a truther. And you won't have the humility to just even back down on a little point like this, which means I shouldn't waste my time with you in the future.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, because you've got not even the slightest bit of humility that you can't admit flat, level, horizontal is the same thing because you're an arse, yeah? And you just want to bite on shit with people, which is about
No,
your ego,
that's no.
not
Hold
about
on.
being able
Just
to
as
do it.
vertical
I'm
is
done
kinda like
ranting
running.
and
Horizontal
ranting
and
at
vertical
you
be the same thing,
this
dude.
evening. I don't know who's white knighting again for you, but I'm done finishing.
I don't
But
have,
Ben,
nobody needs a
seriously,
white knight for
unless you address this between you and me down the line, mate. I'm kind of done with you tonight, mate.
Brilliant. That'll do for me, Adam.
And your true colours,
Right.
pal.
Adam's
Well,
done,
I'm going to say
so
something
he
now.
should be out of it.
A flat earth is a horizontal plane with topography, which is elevations above and below sea level.
There's Brian's Logic, the guy that's a debunker now. He's joined the thingy crew. And he's telling you that the flat earth is a horizontal plane. So we can quite safely say the flat earth isn't real. He's just made it up. It's fictional. We can easily disprove what Brian's just said. So let me go back again. Flat earth debate member, Brian's Logic. All right.
Well, I'm going to say something now. A flat earth is a horizontal plane with topography, which is elevations above and below sea level. So that was a true question.
The flat earth is a contradiction, according to Brian's Logic. And he says it was a true question.
Contradiction in terms.
Yep.
You cannot have plane with topography. Because topography nullifies plane.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have any plane with topography. So it is contradiction in terms.
And the answer to that, Bev, should have been yes.
Yeah, how hard is it to just say yes,
Just
man?
it doesn't mean that you're...
This is the gaslighting now. Come on, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's a contradiction, Bev, and now you've got to agree with us, Bev. Because, you know, gaslighting. This is what it's like to be gaslit. Luckily, I understand that sort of stuff, but how many other people are going to be in that little cult wanting to ask questions of these people? It's a good job you can't really get to them, although on the politics server, you never know. They might have other people in there doing that sort of thing, having to communicate with them. Just average, normal people. Can you imagine the gaslighting that would go on? And this is, obviously, if they had an argument, then they'd be presenting that. That would win people over much better. But they don't. So they have to resort to these sort of gaslighting tactics. It's terrible.
Sticking to anything, or that you're getting into a contract, the truth was yes. That was the truth.
It's your truth.
You just giving the man a yes.
Your truth.
Well, is a flat Earth?
It's not flat.
A horizontal plane with topography.
It's not flat is a truthful statement, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, hang on, Arwen. Hang on, Hang on. Okay, it's not flat because we have elevations above and below sea level, right?
Yep.
But what you're asked is a flat Earth a horizontal plane with topography? The
That's not
answer
what I
is
asked,
yes.
No,
What
I
was
asked, is Earth not a flat
This
Earth?
question is
I didn't say flat Earth.
malfunction.
I just asked them, is Earth what we are on?
They've got this sort of orientation, flat orientation thing. And it's obviously sounded ridiculous when they were saying it. So now it's slightly changed. It's developed into this flat plane with topography, i.e. flat and not flat.
Yes,
together.
That's why it is malfunction question, because he asked question if the Earth is plane, he said plane with topography. Is flat Earth a plane with topography? This is his question. So in question is contradiction. So whatever, and if you have contradiction in question, it means that whatever you would answer, yes or no, that would be a wrong answer. You cannot give a right answer to that kind of questions. That's the problem. Because if you said yes, it means that flat Earth is a plane with topography. It means not flat.
Yeah, I mean, you have to agree with the contradiction, and I can't do that. I've said that all along. But that doesn't mean that other people can't accept contradictions into their logical framework. It's not for me. It's not something that I can do. And the reason I'm still here, because I want to discuss with people and find out what's behind the people that can, because it fascinates me. I don't have the ability to do it, so I want to understand from these people how they have the ability to do it. I want to learn from them. Mike says, right, they really love their contradictory brand name. It's like wanting to name your restaurant Inedible Food. And I think that's brilliant. You should be doing more of those things.
Yes, but the funny part is when you would, let's say, answer no. Because if you would answer no for his question, it means that you don't agree with Earth being flat, but still you would agree that that part with a plane with topography. That's the trick. Even if you would say no to flat Earth, it doesn't mean that you disagree with a plane with topography. That's why it's a tricky question, because you cannot have right answer. because implicitly you would agree with plane with topography, even if you would say no for flat Earth. This is how he constructed his question.
Yeah.
Even so, I would say maybe he didn't realize that, but this is typical sophistical question. That even if you disagree, you have to agree on something in question. That's why he shouldn't ask that question, and this is not a question. If the Earth is flat, is flat Earth is topographical plane, because the error is in this expression, topographical plane or plane with topography. This is oxymoron. No matter whatever you answer, the answer would be wrong. That's why it's good that you didn't answer that question, because it is malfunction question. Question is if we can have plane with topography. And obvious answer is no, because plane with topography is not a plane. So it means that plane is not a plane. And this is, let's say, straightforward contradiction.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Is it a horizontal plane with topography? Leave flat out of it. All I asked was, is Earth a horizontal plane with topography? Yes or no?
And I asked what you clarify in Earth. Like, is it a big thing to be? Because I don't have that.
My gosh.
Dude, stop overcomplicating shit.
Literally, right? Literally.
Stop overcomplicating.
Are you talking
Steph.
about the
It's
soil?
really getting unnerving.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We have these issues.
Yeah,
you have to take me literally.
What do you define as Earth?
You know what we're talking about.
What do you
Stop
define Earth as? What do you
shit.
define Earth as?
The stuff you put seeds in, grass. See, here's the thing. Flat Earthers, when they show their model affliction, he's showing his allegiance to quote unquote flat Earth here by putting a team and making his Earth, capitalizing the E and objectifying it, and then saying, what's this, Bev? Wanting me to talk about the thing. I don't do that. I don't have a hole. I can't put the Earth as an object because I don't do that. I can't. It's not part of my worldview. My world. I've never experienced that, so I can't do that. But obviously he has. He has the ability to do it. I can't agree with him because he doesn't seem to be putting across a case. He just wants me to agree with him, or me to ask. He wants to ask me a question about something. Ask grows out of it.
He means the Earth. The Earth.
Yeah, I don't have an object like that. I just literally don't. I don't have a model stuck in my head. It's not there for me. Literally not there.
So
yeah, but
we have a model.
Not a model, a description of the Earth that you grew up on, you live on.
Yeah, which I consider as the land.
So ocean floor, is that Earth or is that, what is that?
That would be sand normally, right? Or maybe, I don't know. I've never been down there.
It's not Earth?
Who would call that? The ocean floor. Is that Earth?
Okay, but he's talking what's down there. Down there is not a plane.
Yeah.
If you have a horizontal plane, because Brian's logic said, used that expression, horizontal plane. So a horizontal plane has no depth. So you cannot say down there, because if you are going down there, you are leaving horizontal plane. So this is.
He didn't say where the horizontal plane was, though, right? Because that's their base. Like it's down there, I think. But it's hard to have the conversation with them because they'll say, "Are you just being pedantic? You know what we mean?" And we'll say, "No, I don't know what you mean. That's why we're saying." Like, this is all in defense of flat. And it seems a really ridiculous length that they have to go to defend flat in a conversation about reality. Once again, they're like put in a position of down there, something occurring. Just like another group of people that have a down there, but they have down to a point. Slightly different. This is down to a plane, a flat, that they want to say, an orientation. I wouldn't consider it Earth, no. Like I say, you put plants and stuff in that, you plant seeds in it. That's the Earth that I consider Earth. Little e.
See, the problem is, it's like you're changing
It's
the
not a
words
problem.
according to the...
Dude, it's not
No,
a
no,
problem.
We're talking, it's the
fine with it.
context.
It is a psychological problem.
I'm fine with it.
The question.
Listen to that. Arwin saying it's a psychological problem.
For me, it is logical problem because even if they are talking about Earth with big E, whatever, it means that this is solid object, three-dimensional solid object. So why they are talking about horizontal plane? Because three-dimensional object is not horizontal plane. So this is just ridiculous, really, this conversation. Because if they say that it is horizontal plane, it means that it is 2D. And this 2D has topography. So we have first contradiction because...
Well, Flatsoy give it away. He said the base of the plate was flat. Doesn't matter what occurs on the top of the plate because the plate needs to hold food, so it's got upturned edges. He knows that. But the base of the plate is flat, which, if anybody else is out there looking, I've still not found a plate with a flat base on it. They've all got lips,
but
and
still, bottom surface of this plate, whatever it is, even if it is flat, or even if it is a horizontal plane, as they want to be, it is only part because Earth is still three-dimensional object, so
Yeah.
it cannot be a plane. Whatever they say, they are wrong.
You know what I imagine? Whenever they talk of that, I imagine the pizza model that the other people are talking about, right? The ones that say that the plane at the base of everything. I imagine the pizza model. And I don't see how anybody can get away from that. And that's ridiculous to me. But that's what it sounds like they're talking about. Try and give them a benefit of the doubt, right? About flat being an orientation. But when it gets to this level here now, you're talking about them wanting you to imagine a horizontal base with something on top of it. Just like a pizza. Now, they'll probably say not that, but what it sounds like to me. Probably be no comeback from that. But yeah, that's when Flat Earth gets ridiculous. When you have people saying stuff like this that people can interpret as that, at least, let's say that.
Yeah. Yes, and here we can see how Aristotle was right, because he said that if you start from one error, if it is a very small error, and then you can have whole chain of reasoning very correct, and still you will land in absurd because of this one tiny error somewhere. It may be at the beginning, or it may be at in the middle. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, within the identity of the subject, it can be such a minor part, but yeah, it snowballs.
Yes, and in that case, they start with flat. They are trying to confuse they are conflating this flat with something else, and I would say that this is their starting error, because this is point where things are going wrong, when they are starting to conflate flat with other properties which doesn't belong to flat itself, like orientation. And then they are producing these ridiculous statements, like or horizontal plane, blaze line, whatever, pizza with topography. So, yes, because they are trying to defend this flat. This is, I would say that this is their point, to defend flat at all costs. You cannot do that.
Yeah, they're selling flat. This is flat Earth debate. The entire crew. They have shows daily to promote this flat.
Yeah, and it is undefendable.
Yeah, and they're willing to gaslight it out of somebody who says it's not flat. They're trying, come on, join the team, just say it is. And I think I'm only getting this amount of credit because of, they originally thought I was a flat earther. They thought I was part of their team in their delusions. But it's quite obvious that once you go against them, no matter how little, it doesn't really matter. This is what happens, and these tactics occur all the time. I'm not sure, not just in this. I'm pretty sure this is 2023 social engineering. This is how it's done.
Constantly.
Literally, are you guys gaslighting me or something? What's going on?
No question.
What is Terra?
Let's
seem
have
like
some
you accept the word
Hold on. Let's have some reason. Geo, sorry, man. I caught you in here late.
Let's have some reason. Geo. Yeah, that's right. Geo from Flat Earth Awakenings channel. What's he doing over there? Why does QE give him such a billing? How does that occur?
Let me give my standard spiel. Everyone comes in here is on mute, so I apologize. I've been trying to keep up with all the mute buttons, but I can't. Geo, are you there?
Yep, I'm here, and I know that everyone, you keep people muted in this room, so yeah, it's all good.
I'm trying to keep up, so I apologize. Do you have something that you want to say to the group? I think we're a bit emotional this evening. Bob probably got us started, the retard.
I'm fine. I'm used to all this, so don't think it's me.
No, I didn't say it was just it was a culmination of things. First, Bob come in, right, with his stupid shit. But then I took umbrage to what you said about the Black Swan. Following SC's discussion and his advice on it, then I'll take away the going on Nathan's show. I don't mean to have you. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying if you make claims in public, then it's problematic. Can you see where that might be an issue?
Yeah.
So
but I can't stop saying things. I feel like
it's problematic. Yeah. If you're dishonest with other flat earthers in a forum where we're supposed to be helping
In
each
comes
other.
Adam again.
We can't
He's had a
even
little
move forward
drink.
from
He
a
said
point of
he's
flat,
left theory,
perpendicular,
but he's not.
horizontal.
He's
Yeah,
still there.
there's some snide, contrarian idiot. He's so ego-driven. His ego won't allow him.
Oh,
to just
chill out,
apologise
Adam.
and
Chill the
move on.
fuck out, man.
I
Adam,
just
I'm
my
trying,
head.
Adam, I'm trying to
That's what we've
diffuse the
been tonight.
situation.
Yeah,
I know,
it easy
and I
and
don't
you're
want
going
to
on and
diffuse
on.
it,
Chill
John.
out, man.
You know what, John? John, I don't want to diffuse it. I want to keep calling it out for what it is.
Obviously.
Adam, you went on your high horse. You
I'm
demanded
gonna stay on it.
questions. You
I'm
didn't give
gonna
him a
stay on
chance
it
to speak.
Constantly. I'm never going to get off this high horse from what I've heard tonight. Because, yeah, I might have got there by having to sit there with a ball-ass twat like Bob, yeah, for quite a while. But
So he
actually,
set you off. Don't take it
shut
off on
up
somebody
and
else,
listen.
bro.
Shut up and listen, yeah, because I'm talking, yeah? Okay?
Ooh,
I might have got there.
the big
by a
fucking boy is
ball-ass-
talking. Yeah,
Come
go
then.
on, Adam.
Come on, then. Give it some and then I'll carry on. Have you done? You done? Big man?
Yeah,
Have you done?
I'm done. Go ahead.
Is that all your rhetoric? We got a little bit more.
I don't got rhetoric. I just
Come on, Adam.
see it.
Get
I
it
just
over.
say it like
Come
I
on.
see it, Bubba.
Let's have it.
FC Montreal, give me another little quip.
Let's
that might
have
show
it. Come
what
on,
a big
Adam.
Man you are.
Let's
Come
have
on,
it.
Show
Come
me
on.
what a big man you are with something.
He's wasting
I'm
time,
not
Adam.
saying I'm a
Give
big
me
man,
your
Adam. I'm
record.
saying let me
Give it
tell
to
you something,
Keep
Adam.
on.
You're one of the few people I respect.
Well, shut
Now
up
tonight,
then and let me have my rant.
hold
when
on.
I
Yeah,
do-
but you're
Then
fucking
shut up
behaving
then.
like
Then
an
shut
arrogant
up.
twat.
I am being an arrogant twat. What I ask of you is
time and
when
a
I
place
do
for
be an arrogant twat, you shut up and stop being an arrogant twat yourself. How about that? I don't do it very often.
Touche.
And now if I
Go
do
on.
it, I do it for a
This is an
point, don't
internal
I?
issue.
Yes. Hey, Montreal, if I'm going to do this,
People
why
in
do
the
I do
background
it? Am I
going,
doing
yeah.
it because
He doesn't
my
do it
ego's
that
so
often.
inflated I do it all the time because that's what I feed on? Or is it because we've hit a point in FE that it needs addressing? And just like I said to QE, no, I'm not going to back down on this one. This
I
is
agree
where
with you.
all
Your
this-
first
this
statement,
is-
Adam, let me speak, bro. Your
No,
first
I'm-
statement was good.
Address the point then. Address the first point. Is there a reason I'm doing it?
Yes.
Right. So should you have shut up and realised that and just let the point go on instead of obfuscating and distracting? from that
No,
point?
no, I felt the
No,
need to
you
bring you
shouldn't.
down a peg
Right.
because
So
QE himself
whoa,
showed
this
some
really, no, because that's really important. Why then should SE Montreal?
Okay, go on, dude. Go on. You seem hell-bent. Go on. My apology. Go on.
Why should you then interrupt on that? Because you're the one that interrupted. So you're obviously the arbiter of this, or I don't deserve this moment to just have a fucking bang. Like lots of people have a bang all the time, but for some reason SE Montreal feels he's the arbiter of this, and you're going to tell me the reason why you feel you should interrupt on me on this one point when I just feel the need to go off one time.
My sincere apologies, sir. Go on.
I don't even know what the point was now. That's quite funny, really. If I'm being
You see, you're doing it for nothing, bro.
No, it's not for nothing. I'll tell you the
That's
point.
because it's
I was trying to diffuse the situation at SC Montreal because
Oh, you were you? I thought QE did a good job before you.
No. What QE was doing was diffusing the situation. What I brought it back to was no, I don't want the situation diffusing.
Right. So you're talking
out.
out both sides.
Raised are relevant, and we need to address, and we should actually address them between us all. So how we talk moving forward, we don't have to waste this amount of time with each other. But we don't have this amount of ego and rhetoric holding up the conversation. Tonight was really interesting that top flat earthers argued about horizontal, flat. Yeah, it's ridiculous, guys. Yeah,
Who was
What
arguing?
Was the reason?
Who were the ones that were
we
arguing about it?
masturbated for so long over that? It wasn't facts, was it?
I think we should have a part 2. Calm, quiet. Come back another time. Readdress the issues calmly, like men, because we're all good people. We're all smart. We're all on the same side. Let's just chill out a bit, man. That's all I'm saying, Adam. And you're one of the few guys that I respect highly, Adam, by the way.
I appreciate that, and that, like I said, I tried to come back. Dude, genuinely, that's why I'm at this level, because I recognise it's something we do need to deal with between ourselves. If we can't talk honestly and fruitfully amongst ourselves, what's the point? Yeah? What's
Yeah, but you don't have to call a guy twat 26 times, Adam. Come on, man.
Sorry?
Why would we
I missed the 26. I missed the bit before the 26 times.
I said you don't gotta call the guy twat 26 times.
You know what? You know what? And that's my point tonight. Why did I have to call somebody a twat 26? Do I do that regularly? No.
You're obviously triggered.
Inspired by Nathan Oakley.
Totally triggered. Not by the individual. Totally triggered. Yeah, but by the actual nature of where we're at and the nature of the conversation and the topic. And that's why I was triggered, to try and bring it to this head. Look at how we're talking to each other. Look at the time we're wasting. I don't want to waste my time in that kind of debate. Yeah. And I don't think that Bev does either. And
there is no debate here.
I just think there's got to be a better way forward. Yeah, we've got to put up with the ballers. Yeah. So be it. But I think amongst ourselves, we've got to be better than this, guys. Got to be.
Absolutely. Look at the people in this room, man. Look at the people. Look at the power we have in it. Look at the arguments. QE, Bev, you. There's so many people here, man. We don't need to argue with each other.
Yeah, we do.
We don't need to
argue with each other.
Do you hear the little voice in the background?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, it was Arwin.
Yeah, I know. Arwin's the guy that blocks everybody and says, like, you get out of here. But he's the one in the background going, yeah, we do. He can't argue himself, but he wants everybody else to be arguing. That's just what Arwin does. Listen to it again. Listen to how the little Arwin in the background.
We don't need to argue with each other.
Yeah, we do.
We don't need to
argue with each other.
We need to set each other straight when we think we're wrong. Let me get that straight. Yeah, but
That's
like
called
civil.
arguing. It's called
Civil.
arguing.
Yeah, okay, well, whatever, yeah.
But arguing honestly. That's
Well,
what
when
I'm
somebody
saying.
doesn't
And
admit,
I don't think they can present an argument.
that wasn't what we had tonight, and that's what I had. What triggered me, yeah, that people I respect weren't arguing honestly, and that's to our detriment, and that's why I spoke up. Not because I got offended by any one individual or anything, but actually in this room, there's a lot of people who are wasting our time, guys, like this. The way forward ain't in this shit. There's so much power here, it should be worked properly.
So much power here. Adam did say that.
Hopefully you get the point. If anybody's offended by how triggered I was, I don't care. Get over it. Listen to why I was.
He's
yeah?
pissed.
But please
He
understand
wasn't
why
triggered.
I was.
He was pissed.
It wasn't because my ego was offended. It's like we're better than this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do at least 50 Hail Marys tonight, Adam.
Could do that.
well, the thing that
As long as it's
the thing
not
that
press up.
upset me. Am I on mute?
No, we can hear
No, we can hear you.
No, I'm not. Okay. The thing that upset me is that Bev, a man that I totally respect and have for a while, it seemed like he wouldn't be intellectually honest to admit what Earth is. I mean, well, Terra, the thing that we are on is Earth, that we live upon. And it just seemed like he was being intellectually dishonest to not admit
Evasive.
that
The word
Earth
you're
is
looking
Earth.
for is evasive.
He's not. You don't understand how he thinks. Bev is. Think of somebody that goes to the basics of everything. You understand?
Imagine
He doesn't
having
think
somebody explain what
like.
you don't like.
How can I explain it to you?
What?
He
No, he evades
he
things.
thinks he can whatever he proves, he has to prove it to himself. That's the way he operates.
Yeah, but his
Yeah,
beliefs
but
are very
hang on,
interesting,
hang on.
but this is about conversation and about answering
It's about
questions.
shape,
and he's
innit?
constantly
It's about
evading
shape,
it.
isn't it?
Yeah, but
You're constantly evading answering
Evading
basic
what?
questions because of your personal
Said
message
level
that you want
is
to carry out.
horizontal and I can prove
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And it's so important to you to carry out that message of how you want to not address it in a certain way that you don't just answer the question. And you do
What
this
question?
every time.
Are mountains flat?
No, that's
What
not
is
the question.
what is?
See, you're
Can you
doing it
define
right now.
Terra?
Now you know what I'm talking about.
Talking about
And
is level
despite that,
is level
you
horizontal?
answer evasively.
Which I say yes, I can
after
prove it.
proving you know what I'm talking about. You answer evasively. This is the thing.
Realistically,
this is what's going on.
Rather than saying evasively, say realistically, right? In reality, it's not flat. It's three-dimensional.
No, you said it level. It's level and horizontal.
Level
so that
is
flat.
horizontal.
Level is horizontal and is flat. Why aren't you saying and is flat?
Because he's not talking about Earth.
He's like, literally, why aren't you saying this thing that makes it, untrue? Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you tagging this bit on?
It doesn't follow. Even if you can say that level is flat, horizontal is flat, plane is flat, it doesn't make Earth flat. Because Earth is not plane, Earth is not level, and Earth is not flat. That's why. Simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah, one, I'm not a flat earther, and two, the Earth's not flat. That's why I'm not saying it.
You see, you think of Earth when you say that, right?
We just showed you that it is.
You've got a model. I'm just saying in reality.
Flat is another synonym for level and horizontal.
So
Do you
instead of
agree?
calling it real, let's just call it evasive.
Hold on.
You're doing it again.
Bev,
From one
do you
thing to
agree
another,
that flat is
scattergunning
a
from
synonym
one
for...
objection to another.
Hold on, Aaron.
I feel sorry you guys don't understand it.
No, actually, it's the other way around. Yep. Yeah. And I'm sure, like, if you just listen to what we're saying, maybe you can change your mind. Is flat a synonym for...
And I think it should go both ways.
Yeah.
I think everybody should just kind of think about what everybody else said from their point of view.
Yeah.
And then we pick this back up when everybody's not so charged.
Well, wait a minute. I'll get this. I've got a picture, right, of a dictionary. It might help you, right? To understand that the way you people define things, it's changed, right? And I just go with geometrically exact, realistic, something that I can prove. And I know that I use a level to establish elevation changes. And in fact, I'll use that level to prove that level is horizontal. And there you go. Here's an old dictionary, 1840 something. Is that okay for you?
Okay, but that's very nice that you know levels horizontal. That's
yeah, because back then the only thing that they could have that was flat was horizontal water.
You're trying to avoid making a statement about your insight on what you think Earth is. You're constantly
I'm not putting it as an object. It's not a model. I haven't got a model, Alwyn.
Right, so
I'm sorry. Don't try and gaslight a model into my head, right?
The Earth is like.
I'll just go with reality, with what I can prove to myself.
So you're a.
I only live in the UK.
You're a.
So here's go. Arwen's thinking of his labels he can give hand out to people, and this is a serious thing because this is. How these labels come about. People like Arwen handing these labels out now. This is so he can have, I don't know. Listen,
cosmogonical
go everywhere.
Agnostic. You refuse.
Well, give me a label.
You refuse to basically state what the Earth is. That's your issue.
Right.
It's weird, but that's it.
Is that your?
He doesn't claim anything about the Earth, bro.
The soil.
Yeah. Yeah,
You want me to claim what the soil is?
Again, obviously, it's not about the soil. It's about the entire thing, right?
Oh, so you're having it as a thing. You're objectifying it as a big hole.
But you refuse to make any statement about it. You're constantly avoiding, and now you're humming.
Yeah, because you're worshipping your Earth god.
To answer any questions about it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about your Earth god.
We're not talking about dirt. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know anything about your Earth god.
No, that's the conversation. That's what we were talking about.
No, it wasn't what we were talking about at all. We were talking about level and horizontal.
You're sitting around talking about dirt, talking about tools, instead of just saying, "Look, guys, I'm not going to answer a question about the Earth."
Yeah, your Earth god. I don't know anything about it. Sorry, Alvin.
I'm an agnostic terrestrialist. I refuse to answer.
Agnostic terrestrialist. He's good at these sort of things, Arwen, isn't he?
It means. Can he explain what does it even mean?
I don't know. I don't know whether he's saying it about himself or whether he's trying to hand it off to somebody else. It's a really weird way of communicating this sort of thing. But again, this is Arwen, the guy that won't talk. Right? If Arwen does want to talk, I'm pretty sure, like it's dead easy because he has a live show, and I'm pretty sure he could do with the conversations and such. So anytime, Arwen, let's have a discussion about these sort of things, but I don't think it's possible. I don't think Arwen can. I think Arwen's slightly crazy. He goes around banning people. I think he did it to Godzilla, didn't he? He banned. I called him a liar or some really weird thing, and then got rid of him. And then if somebody's willing to do that, somebody who's probably one of the biggest supporters of Arwen, then I don't know. I don't know what's going on. This is mad.
I may want to take the side of the agnostic terrestrialist.
Yeah.
And just say that I take no position on the shape of the Terra.
Yeah.
Because it's indescribable. So I am agnostic on the shape of the ground that I stand on. Because I can't describe it.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, there isn't a shape that's been made to describe the shape of the land.
No, I go up, I go down. I'm currently going up a hill.
Yeah. Thank you, Arwen. Thank you, Mike.
Questions about the Earth. Why don't you just say that?
Because I'm here talking with you.
Bev, what do you call the thing that you live on? Where you exist, where everything exists. What do you call it?
For me, I call it the UK.
No. Okay, everything that exists.
Dude, I don't know. I don't group all. I can't. What? See, that's the thing. I call that your world. Everything you've ever seen, everything you've ever experienced, everything you've ever talked about, everything you've ever seen, that's your world. That's all you have. And that's all everyone has. I don't want to call it a big E and worship it. Can't do it. But I can understand that people in this arena are completely obsessed by it. They are. Can't take that away from them. It's the way that they seem to want to draw other people into their delusions with them. It's not right. I don't know. Maybe, dude, it's maybe just the way we think differently, right? I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't have that whatever you guys have and you want me to have. I can't accept it because I don't know what it is. You're trying to hand me.
Yeah, don't turn around. No one's trying. Yeah, no one's trying to push anything on you
refuse
at all.
Nobody's trying to push anything on you. Really? Have you not been watching what's going on here?
They are pushing flat Earth.
Yeah.
Just say it's flat. Just say it's flat. Nobody's going to push it on you.
Just accept it. Oh, we'll keep giving you labels until you do.
And by the way, if they want us, or you, Beth, to concede that the Earth is flat, they have meaning of that, because Brian's logic, I would say, he formulated in most concise way the statement. This is claim, of course, and they are using now this expression, this plane with topography, or horizontal plane with topography. So when they want to concede someone to flat Earth, they want to concede that flat Earth means horizontal plane with topography. And it is obviously oxymoron. This is contradiction in terms. Topography, because, by the way, they are talking about flat Earth, but in fact, if they are talking about plane, whatever it is surface of the Earth only, because you cannot have plane being not surface of the Earth.
Well, I'd see, coming from the construction and all of that, I'd see the topography on an elevation profile. And that's just a slice through one particular bit of land, but they're talking about all of the land. And I talk about the baseline, which would be the horizontal on the graph at the bottom of the elevation profile.
Yeah, so that's contradiction.
Yeah, yeah.
So it means that flat Earth, description of flat Earth is oxymoron, is contradiction in terms, because they are using to describe, as Brian's logic said, because he said this is not a model, it is description. And by the way, he is mistaken, because model is description. Yes. So he is wrong about that even. And if his model or this... Pardon, you are breaking. And by the way, if this model or description is plane, horizontal plane with topography, this expression is oxymoron. Even more, it is contradiction in terms, because we have two terms in his description, plane and topography. They are mutually exclusive. Topography means not plane. So you cannot have plane being not plane because of topography. It's just nonsense. So this is their description of flat Earth. Nonsensical, oxymoron at best.
Yeah. Yeah, and we are trying to help them within their arguments, but they don't seem to want to help themselves within the the construction of their arguments. The law of identity is failing them as they're trying to make flat not flat, and then say it is flat. Which is about the same as there's another group of people who do the same with straight. They want to make straight not straight, but say it's straight in an argument so that they can get things past people. Much like these flat earthers are doing. Just preying on different people, I think.
Bev, a water level
like a lot of
establishes a horizontal, yes?
Yeah.
A water level establishes a horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah. Right? And the majority of the earth we live on is water. So when that water...
How do you know? the majority of the land I live on is earth, not water.
He's talking about word. Maybe it is true, but what's the point?
I don't know. How would you know? You'd need to know everything 100% to be able to say the majority is something else.
Okay, so yes, this is arguable, but in that case, I can say that what we know about word, so from known word, we can say that the majority of this is water. Known word.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to take somebody's word on what is known.
Yes, collective knowledge about, let's say, word. Yes, there is part of belief in that, because we have to believe on someone's testimony or testimonies. Yes, so this is not very well, let's say, proven knowledge. Just colloquially, we can say that the most part of known world generally is perhaps water, but it's still nothing to do with Brian's logic point.
Water is at rest. It's basically horizontal.
Yeah, I'd say that, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Right. So you could say the majority of the Earth is a horizontal plane then, couldn't you?
I don't know. You'd have to put a hole to it, and I can't do that.
Well, yeah, but you can't make the...
So I can't put a majority or the percentage or anything. I can't do it.
Level, yeah, but if you're using the water level tool as a way of establishing a horizontal, then you would have to say that water itself gives us a horizontal.
Yeah.
And most of the Earth is made of water.
Level, the tool gives you a horizontal.
So that would make the Earth the majority of the Earth.
I don't link that to anything else. That's why I don't make a claim about anything else.
But would it not make the majority of the Earth horizontal based on your claim alone?
No, it doesn't. It's not affected by the whatever's underneath it. It makes it even altitude.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the water.
Yeah, the water level, the tool, establishes a even altitude. Well, I'd say water isn't Earth. Simple.
Yeah, so by the way, that's why we can live on land, because it's above the water. There is Earth below the water level. It is bottom of the sea, for example. This is the surface of the Earth. And we don't live on that surface of the Earth because it is underwater. And we are not living underwater.
Well, the Bedford Levels is close to sea level. And the land, you can see that the land is still there. It's going to be there underneath sea level. Like, they just have a little bit above the sea level that they put crops in. But the bit under sea level that's there as well. It's part of the same thing.
Yeah. So, but this is land.
Yeah, it's not the water that Brian's talking about. So Brian's trying to debunk something that isn't there. It's something other than what he's actually talking about.
He's talking about orientation. This is orientation. Even if we assume this that sea has level, whatever, it is just level orientation. It doesn't make anything flat here. So don't understand this, because if the Earth is not surface of the Earth, and surface of water is also not water, because there is body of water. So three-dimensional Earth, soil, and three-dimensional water. And surface, yes, we can agree that water is going to be level at rest. It seeks its level. And at the sea, of course, we don't have mountains of water like on land. We have mountains. Yes, so water will not go in normal circumstances so high. So tides will be not so high as mountains. But it still is not about the whole water. So there's no point. I don't know why he's discussing this point. Because yes, this is what you said. Water will give us level. I agree. So what? I'm curious what the point he's making.
It's something to do with the water. I don't know. They're all trying different ways to push this flat. Not flat, obviously. But as flat. They're trying all of their tricks. They've probably practiced all of this stuff for years.
Yeah, not the tool.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're arguing with anything.
Hang on. Bev's claim is true. The water level does establish a horizontal. That is, but most of the Earth, the physical Earth that we have on, is water. So when that water is at rest, then that is showing pretty much a horizontal. So you could say that the majority of the Earth is a horizontal, and the rest of it has undulations. But from an airplane, it looks flat. As a description, what's wrong with all that? I don't see the problem. So you don't have to call yourself a flat earther, but
I think when he says
from an aeroplane,
Brian, I think when he
looks
says water
flat,
level,
is what he said.
I could be wrong, but I think he's
Yes,
referring
he's
to
right.
the actual physical tool of a water level.
he is. It's you. He's referring to the tool. But
Okay, we're not referring to that. We're talking about what they use
I know that.
to
I know that. But I know that. But that's why I referred to the tool that Bev is referring to. When Bev refers to the water level tool, he's referring to the water level tool establishing a horizontal. And the reason it does that is because that's the behavior of water when it's left to be at rest. So my point is that most of the Earth is water, oceans. That means the majority of the Earth has to be basically horizontal. So the rest of the Earth, the physical Earth, this rock and stone and sand, then that has undulations. But the water, which is, they reckon 70% of the Earth, is basically horizontal, as the water level tool proves. So,
can anyone tell me what's basically horizontal? Is that horizontal or is that not horizontal? Is the guy that wants flat to be not flat, but called flat, basically saying that that not horizontal can be called horizontal as well? It's like contradiction after contradiction. Once you let one in, they're all coming.
I think that he's trying to make non sequitur because even if we assume that he is right, that oceans are horizontal, and even if they create one horizontal, which is not true, but even if we can give him this concession, it means that water is horizontal, and he's not talking about flat, because he's talking about flat when he's saying about seeing things from plane. But if we, and he said rather correctly that if we are high on the plane and we look down to the earth or water, it looks flat. Yes, he is right.
Like a plan view.
Yes, plan view. Yes, from a large distance, everything looks flat. Yeah, mountains, even mountains, forests, houses, everything looks very flat if you are just looking straight down. Yes, I agree. This is what perspective does. But the same thing is with water. So there is no difference. And we know that Earth, with houses, mountains, etc., is not flat, but we see the same thing. The flat surface of water from aeroplane and flat surface of Earth from the plane looks the same. But we know that they are not the same. So these visuals cannot tell us, from that perspective, from aeroplane, cannot tell us about shape of the surface, because they both look flat. So even if we assume that the water is flat, surface of the water is flat, it doesn't prove anything, because from high altitude, looking down, everything looks flat. And we know that the sea is not the ground. We can see the difference between elevation changes on the sea and elevation changes on the ground. So he's not making point. He's proving against himself. You cannot use that perspective to prove anything, because something looks flat from aeroplane. But I was expecting, in fact, that he will go in that direction. But it means that he is using a word flat.
Well, basically horizontal stepped in there as well. Like, yeah, basically horizontal. Like, I don't think that means horizontal. I think that's not a very clever way of getting around horizontal not being horizontal.
Yes, and there is another problem, because if you are on aeroplane, you cannot see if this surface of the sea or ocean is horizontal or not.
Well, you know it's not, because there's tides and waves.
Yes, yes.
So when he says basically, he's trying to diminish the fact that there are waves and tides.
Yes, the same thing they are doing with this plane with topography. Basically flat. The Earth is basically flat. Of course, there is some topography, but let's ignore that. So the sea is the same issue with the sea, because yes, they are tides, but let's ignore that.
Yeah, the water. First, they class the water as Earth. Then they say that flat is a topography on top of the plane, and then they say that the water, which the majority of the Earth is, so they conflate in the Earth with water, and then they say it's basically horizontal, meaning that horizontal isn't. It's not horizontal either.
Yes, and it has nothing to do with flatness. Anyway, so when that's why I made that concession, because even if everything was true, what he was saying, it doesn't prove flatness of the Earth or of the water anyway. So even if we give him everything he said, it is not proving anything. And supposedly he was going to prove something. So he has to work on logic, really. Brian's logic has to work on that, because proving things is making link between premises with conclusion. He has to be very careful with predications, creating statements, etc. This is not. He cannot just prove something by telling some story. Now people think that if they tell some interesting story, that story will prove something. No, it is not. Proof has to be correctly stated. And he cannot do that.
No.
I'm an airplane, it looks flat because all these undulations don't matter when you're 5 or 6 miles up. So that is the truth, is it not?
Yeah, that's what they say. But I mean, can you prove it?
Yeah, through logical inference, what he just did.
Well, Bev, if you're
with a water level, I can. With a water
Hold on
level,
a second. Hold on a second. Wait.
You hear that? That Arwin said he could prove it through logical inference.
Yes, and by the way, when he was saying that, really he doesn't really understand, I think, what logic is and this logic inference. Because when Brian's logic just before said that we can see things from aeroplane that is flat, and you said yes, you agree, yes, because it is true. But we know that the Earth is not flat, and the Earth beneath this aeroplane is not flat, but looking from that plane, we can see that it is flat. So it is visual, and this visual is not telling the truth because of limitation of our perspective, in fact. So we cannot discern between distances on Earth from that distance. So that's why visually everything looks flat. And that's why we cannot prove anything from this visual, because this visual is not telling the truth.
Well, yeah, but like he's already saying that he's at an elevation 5 or 6 miles.
Yeah.
So, like, how does he know? Does he know that that 5 or 6 miles stays exactly the same across the flat bit? Or does he know that it doesn't? I think he's just trying to deceive people into this believing it's flat.
Yes, and there is no inferring. How can you infer anything from your visual from aeroplane? So it's like saying that the Earth is flat because a map of the Earth is flat. This is like looking on the map. So we know that the Earth is not flat, but map of the Earth is flat. And when we are on the aeroplane very high, the Earth looks like map. This is visual condition. It has nothing to do with elevation changes because we cannot see them from that, let's say, perspective. That's why we measure elevation changes on Earth, not on the aeroplane. So there is no argument. And Arwin is talking nonsense because we cannot infer from this visual about shape of the Earth.
Yeah, God says he's inferring that looks flat is the same as it is flat. That's his logical inference.
Yes, but at the same, this is the point that, but at the same time, we know that this is not flat because, for example, if we are flying about around, for example, our city where we live, so we know that this is our city, home city, and there are buildings, valleys, mountains, etc. So we know that this is not flat, but it is. Oh, now it looks flat from aeroplanes. Strange. This is our new experience, but still, it is impossible to prove. You cannot prove from that. But for Arwin, this is very good argument.
Yeah.
For me, it is apparently opposite.
Well, like I say, you have to accept the contradiction, and I can't do that in my logical system. I don't know how anybody can, and I'm fascinated to talk to people that seem to have this ability, and I'm fascinated to talk to them about this subject. But unfortunately, these people, and I'm talking about the people that can't see the contradiction. They don't want to talk about that thing that they can't see. And they don't want to talk about why they can't see it, which is really strange. They get really upset, start shouting at you.
Geo wants to say something. He hasn't said anything
Geo
all night.
again.
Let somebody with some reason and rationality speak.
But take note of that, the introduction that Geo just got from QE.
Voice of reason.
Yeah.
Guys. Yeah, thanks, QE. Well, I was going to ask Bev, like, if you agree, I mean, even in the definition you posted, flat, horizontal, and level are all synonyms in various definitions. Would you then, are there any additional reasons that you don't want to use the term flat Earth? Like, are there ancillary reasons why the term flat Earth is something you don't prefer? Is it more about that rather than, solely being about the definitions?
It's not.
So there's nothing about the term flat Earth or flat earther.
See, this is the thing that Nathan Oakley likes to try and do as well, and tells everybody that I'm just ashamed to be a flat earther. No. And it's not because people call other people flat earthers names and all of that. Many people have called me a flat earther and worse. So it's not about that either. I cannot be a flat earther because I know it's not flat. Simple as that. I have arguments that prove certain things, and one of them is that the Earth's not flat. But
yes, and
this seems like Geo's trying to push this narrative upon me that I'm just ashamed to be it. That's why I won't label myself as a flat earther, which is ridiculous. And that's a false narrative to try and push to people. And I don't know why he does it.
And by the way, in his question, there was no Earth. He said that flat, level, and horizontal are synonyms. They are not. But again, even if we can give him this concession for the sake of argument, or for the sake of his question, rather, there is no Earth there. So even if we can equivocate flat, horizontal, and level, so we can compare these three, let's say, descriptions to Earth. So we can say flat Earth, level Earth, and horizontal Earth. So Earth is not horizontal. Earth is not level, because we have elevation changes. So it cannot be level and cannot be horizontal. So even if we equivocate flat with horizontal and level, we cannot still equivocate with Earth. Why? Because Earth is not horizontal and Earth is not level. It means that even if flat applies to horizontal and level, it cannot apply to Earth, because there is discrepancy between horizontal and Earth and horizontal and level and Earth. So it doesn't fit. This word flat doesn't fit to Earth because it fits to level and horizontal. This is false equivocation. This is rather maybe better to say non sequitur, because they are trying to make inferring because level is flat and because horizontal is flat, therefore Earth is flat. No, it has, this is what I said now, it has form of syllogism, but is not syllogism because there is no good predications. There are no good predications in that syllogism. It is wrong. You cannot say, you cannot conclude this is badly formulated syllogism, but this is what they are trying to do. Because flat, level flat and horizontal flat, therefore Earth is flat. No, you cannot say that. This is badly formulated syllogism. You cannot do that. And by the way, if Brian's logic argument is also bad because he's creating oxymoron.
Oh, this is Geo now. He's handed over to Geo. Like it's
Yeah,
everybody's have a go at try and get Bev to say that it is flat when it obviously isn't. Right? It's just try as many different ways of you to try and gaslight somebody into saying something that it obviously isn't.
Yes, so they I don't understand why they insist, because even if they will make you somehow to say that, it would be error anyway. So I don't know why they are trying to insist on you to say these words like magic. Even, for example, if someone would try to force me to say that word, that the Earth is flat, but I would say that by mistake. I would be framed to do that. And in next sentence, I would say I will have to retract because it would be a slippery, just mistake, bad wording. But they are trying they want you to say that words. It doesn't matter if you believe or not. That's it's strange for me.
I think what they're doing now.
Yeah, for me it is strange because you said hundreds of times that you don't believe that the Earth is not, or you even know that the Earth is not flat because you can prove that.
Yeah, but if they can push this as though I'm scared to be called a flat earther, then they can take the argument and say, I'm not scared to be a flat earther. I'm going to take this argument. Can't they? They can then push the argument as though it is flat earth when, the entire basis of the argument is that the Earth's not flat. You can't prove that level's horizontal if the Earth's flat because you've got nothing to measure an elevation change from.
Yes, but and that's why for me it is strange that they insist they are trying to force you to say that magical words. For what purpose? Because even if you would say that, they would know that it is mistake and you don't believe. So that's why this is for me psychologically not clear. What's their purpose? To force you to say that these words.
Why I'm still here, trying to work out what's going on. Why do this group of people think it's so important to incorporate a fallacy within an argument that they call their proof?
They cannot prove that because this question from Geo and because you have two questions now. From Geo, last one, this flat level and horizontal, and it means flat Earth. This is question from Geo, and previously a question from Brian's logic. Do you concede that the flat Earth means horizontal plane with topography? That was from Brian's logic. So you have two questions trying to convince you or to concede that the Earth is flat based on fallacies included in their questions. So I don't know why they are doing that. I'm certain. I'm obviously curious about Brian's logic because I think that he can think. So he should, let's say, think over his question, because I think that he remembers now in 2023 his question, and he could question himself. He could ask question for himself. This question, this very question he asked you, how he would answer that question. Because formulating such a question means that you can also answer that question. I would be very happy, for example, to ask him this question. He asked you. What would he say?
Again, he's not the type of person to be able to come over here and talk about this sort of stuff.
I think so,
he's tried to come over here and he got upset about how I don't know, I think it was with Saragaki when he had the chat. He tried to geometrically reason his triangle, I think.
Yes, this celestial navigation.
Yeah. Yeah, and he got upset. So there's an inability for these people to talk about the issues. I've noticed that a lot.
That you're trying to avoid, like, you know, for various reasons?
No, there's loads of people that I enjoy talking to. In fact, most of the people I talk to will be considered themselves flat earthers, yeah. I can't go into an argument with that position knowing that it isn't. Literally, it's not. So I don't go into an argument with that position. And since the arguments I have, since I have the arguments that are geometric, you'd be surprised where that leads with a geometric argument.
No, I hear you on that, and I think it's awesome. Like you have a very unique approach, and you know, in terms of approaching this, which I think is very awesome that you have that. However, when you say the Earth isn't flat, would you agree that you're really referring to one component of the definition of flat, meaning a surface? You know, like, you know, because you can have things that are flat but are not necessarily horizontal. So there's two different ways of using flat.
Two-dimensional surface, right? The literal meaning of the term flat.
Well, but there's also the horizontally level meaning.
Yeah. And if you go with level is horizontal, then 99% of the population will agree with you.
So wouldn't it be more of a full statement, instead of saying to people the Earth isn't flat? Wouldn't it be more of a full statement to say, if we talk about the definition of something having no, you know, topographical features, like a flat surface in that way, no, that's not the Earth, because of course it is topographical in that level. However, it is flat in terms of being horizontally level.
Well, it seems a bit long-winded, that. Did you hear that? Did you get it?
Yes, he is trying to make this false equivocation.
It's Buster. I think Buster went with this. It's flat Earth minus the Earth is flat Earth, right? He's just like, can you please say that? Go on.
Yeah. No, I think there's probably a better way to say it. Paper did it earlier. He did it. He said something similar, like about, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes ago. But like that's the best way I can put. Yeah, with the plane, you know. I agree with you on that. But like for me, it's like I can just break it down. The way they're saying things, I can break it down as simple for me as, well, flat Earth minus the Earth. I mean, because we know there's topology. So we'll just forget about the Earth for a minute. I mean, it still equals flat Earth.
The flat bit's still flat. So, I mean, can't the Earth be
But what's flat for them?
Flat bit,
Yeah, I mean, this is flat Earth minus Earth means flat, because
get
rid of Earth.
No, but they're
flat. Just flat.
Their moniker, their thing that is flat Earth. Like that's their tag. Like that's what they want to label themselves as, and that's fine. I'm not dogging it. It's just like for me, I'm like Bev and other people here. It's like, number one, I don't want to take it on because it's kind of a ridiculous statement, but for them to argue for it and want you to take it on, they say the crazy things like we know there's topology. We know that that's the thing, but we know that a water level tool establishes a horizontal, but you use that to measure vertical change in the earth. But they don't. They're like, well, we know there's topology. There's hills and valleys, yeah, but it's still it's flat Earth in their eyes, and their workaround for that to justify what they're saying is, I don't know.
Just
I don't know
to
what
try
to
and berate you into saying it. Just agree. Like they just want you to agree that flat is flat, even to the point that they're taking away the earth, like you say, to end up with flat. And then as long as you've agreed that flat's flat, they can then just put the earth back and say, well, flat's still flat, isn't it?
It is flat Earth, and it's like there's hills and valleys. Nobody's disagreeing with that. We've heard these over and over, the same justifications.
Yes, but grammarly it is a problem, because it is not even a logical problem, but only grammar problem. Because if we have expression like flat Earth, so we have subject Earth and predication flat adjective. So if you remove subject, so you have only predication, and upon what you are predicating then?
Exactly.
So we have predication about nothing.
Yeah, well, I think they do it like Buster's onto something here, where the mathematical statement, right? So if you've got flat Earth to start off with, and then you take away the Earth, and then you've got flat, right? So there's flat, and then if you put the Earth back again, you've got flat Earth, right? That's how they do it. It's like,
yes, but this new Earth is not that Earth that was previously. So previous Earth was real. We took that away.
It's the Earth on the flat, right? Yeah. So flat Earth. It's that they're being really sneaky, and there's another group of people who do this. They don't state their true intentions, and they try to berate you into imagining things that are going on. And that's why there's a lot of confusion that goes on, because these are the tactics that people use nowadays. They can never address the issue head on. Where the true answer would be, yes, the Earth's not flat. We know that. We just choose to call it that. But these dishonest flat earthers know that they don't have an argument without having this as a basics, I think, a basis of where they're coming from. They know that the only decent arguments around here are the arguments from reality that we've made. And they
won't
can't
disagree
really
with
have them.
They won't disagree with them. They'll use them as their justification for that flag that you got to wave.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to link the two together somehow, but I don't know. They can't do it until they berate us enough to say, "Oh, go on then." Yeah, and that's all they want. Then it'll be like, you said in such and such that it was. Like they attempt, this group of Flat Earth Society guys. They're everywhere. Just go with what's true.
Okay, but telling people the Earth isn't flat isn't true. So why?
See, look, this is Geo on a shakedown, right? And probably you've never heard Geo like this, but listen to it. Remember, he's been brought in. This is on the Ball Busters or wherever over at where the conversation's taking place. Geo's been brought over by QE, introduced to be able to say this. Well, it seems a bit long-winded, that. I just go with what's true.
Okay, but telling people the Earth isn't flat isn't true.
Telling the people that the Earth isn't flat isn't true.
This is this heuristic trick, let's say, Arthur Schopenhauer. It is not even sophistry. It is worse, because this question, this is, let's say, in debate. So in his question is assumption. So this is question with thesis, which is wrong, because he is assuming that you are telling that you are lying or telling not truth if you say that the Earth is not flat. So what's the point of asking this question?
Well, telling people that the Earth isn't flat is a truthful statement to me.
Yes, I agree.
But he's saying it isn't true.
No, he's asking question. That's why this is, let's say, sophistical or rhetorical or whatever trick, because he is asking question. So he is not making false question because he is asking question.
Well, he's stating that I can't say that it isn't flat because that isn't true.
Can you put it back?
Yeah.
Because
Listen, well, it seems a bit long-winded, that. I just go with what's true.
Okay, but telling people the Earth isn't flat isn't true.
There you go.
I think that it was like from melody of it was rather question, I think.
No, he said, but telling people that it isn't flat isn't true. Because I said I only go with what is true. And he says telling people that it isn't flat isn't true. When it is true.
But
it's not flat.
Like question to answer, to confirm or deny, to say yes or no. So, but maybe it's
Let's listen to it again and see where it goes from here.
The Earth isn't flat isn't true. So why are you telling people that?
Because it's not. There's an elevation changes.
But it's horizontally level, which is
level is horizontal. Absolutely.
Right. So there's two main definitions of flat we're using. So
there's two main definitions of flat. Two.
Yes, and by the way, he is really making question, but another. Why you are telling that?
Yeah.
Since it is not true, why you are saying that?
But I said it is true. The Earth isn't flat. So now he's trying to go through the definitional route to see why he said that. I don't know why Geo's been brought over to say that.
It's not flat on the one level, which we all agree, because of course it has topographical features. Although if you zoom out enough, like even
it's not flat. So he's just said it's not flat.
There you go.
And now we're zooming out again to maybe the other definition.
No, we are zooming out to aeroplane.
Yeah.
Like Brian's logic. Yeah. So to visual.
So we know it's not flat when we're actually in there, but now we're zooming out.
Zooming out.
Somehow it might change the definition of flat.
Yes, and the same thing, but in let's say in reverse direction, bowlers are doing with a curved line. These people are zooming out to make it flat, and globers are zooming in, curved line, to be seen as straight. And they are zooming. Okay, if now it looks straight enough, no, then we have to zoom again.
Go further.
Zoom. Okay, now it looks like straight. Okay, this is the same trick.
And the top of a table can be undulation once you zoom in. So I mean, there's some definition difference there. But in terms of it being horizontally level, you would agree that it is. So wouldn't you have to?
I'd say that I can prove it is, and I already have to myself. Absolutely.
So then you would agree that you have proven the Earth is flat, under those sin.
It's like, no, the Earth's not flat, but I can prove that level is horizontal. They're so fixed upon this narrative. I think he even says in a minute that like he's not a flat earther.
Yes, and by the way, it means that level and flat are non sequitur, because that's why you cannot say that, okay, if you say that Earth is not flat, it means you are denying level being horizontal. You cannot do that, but he thinks that it might be a problem for him.
Yeah,
but
he's been sat in these rooms for years.
Yeah,
going over this sort of stuff. Yet, you know, how they cannot see the argument from reality. It's model affliction. It's the only thing I can think of. No, level is horizontal. Right? That's enough. People call me a flat earther just because I say level is horizontal, which is a truthful position. So, I mean, why do I have to call myself something that I can prove it isn't, literally?
Under that part of the definition.
I'm not against anybody. I'm just that...
So that means that water is not level. Because of waves.
Water... Well, the sea would be, yeah. There's tides on the oceans.
That means tides? No, because
that's why
waves.
we have a mean sea level to establish the datum. A mean, it's an average because it goes up and down.
It's not level because of waves. If we have 5-6 meters waves, it's not level.
Yes, exactly. So that's why I don't go to that. I go to the surface of standing liquid water.
Well, Bev, I mean, the term flat Earth and flat earther do have, multiple sides, to that term and how it's been, I think it's even, programmed into our minds when we were all told the Earth was a globe as children. The term flat Earth was literally used in the next sentence, Copernicus, we discovered the Earth is a globe, this Copernican revolution. And, all these ancient desert wandering fools just thought that the Earth was flat. They were dumb flat earthers. So we're all programmed. We're programmed with that, and that's what I was told in school. That term flat earther. So it certainly does have components to it. And then nowadays, people are attacking flat earthers in this sort of severe way, as if like you've mentioned this, which is true. Like some people, of course, they're coming from the outside, globe Earth, whatever it may be, and they're basically coming in, because you're a flat earther, you're by default a retard. Things like that. So it's all of a sudden been linked with that, in various ways. So, I could understand that, like, as you're in this community sharing your perspective, people are attacking you, in that way, which happens to a lot of us that are, so, there are like things going on within that to me would make sense. I personally have never really called myself a flat earther. I definitely use the term. I've definitely said to people the Earth is flat. I've used it in many ways, but I don't refer to myself as that. But I also understand.
Is it an acceptance of how you are now? Is he like trying to push this? Like, go on, just take the label. Just it's not that bad. It's Geo. Everybody knows Geo's been a mod at 24/7, flat Earth for ages.
And by the way, his argument is that he is not flat earther, but
he wants me to say that it is flat, and he wants me to be a flat earther.
Yes, but he said that he is not flat earther, but he thinks that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
he said that. So the question is why he is not flat earther when he believes that the Earth is flat. But the issue is that they want everybody who disagrees with current, let's say, pseudoscience about our universe or whatever, Copernican model, etc., that if you are anti-glober, therefore you have to be flat earther. And this is just not logical, because you can be anti-glober, and I am anti-glober. But it doesn't mean that I have claim about shape of the Earth. I can only say that this model, heliocentric model or whatever, is completely insane, illogical, and impossible, with a load of contradictions. That's why I can say that I am anti-glober in general term, but it doesn't make me flat earther. And they now want people to name themselves as flat earther if they are like globe debunkers, whatever it means. So it doesn't follow. I don't have to be flat earther in order to debunk globe. And I can debunk globe anytime, and it will not make me flat earther or not flat earther, because
Well,
it doesn't follow.
wouldn't seeing a contradiction within the model debunk the model? To most people, right?
Yeah.
Just the very fact that you can see one contradiction that, you know, that is a little bit hard to accept. Should be enough for most people, but
yeah,
obviously the contradiction that flat cannot be both flat and not flat is a contradiction to some people.
Yes, and
not to others.
Strange.
Yeah. I mean,
But,
one group of people can berate you for it and, you know, call names because you can't accept the contradiction that flat is not flat.
Yeah, it works for both sides then. But this is sad because I can say from my perspective, personal perspective, let's say, that I can argue against globe model, and even if I can successfully, let's say, debate globe debunking or whatever, it doesn't make me automatically flat earther, because debunking something or disproving something doesn't make you something else. You are just disproving. It means that you can hold your model if you want, but if someone has no model, he is just disproving a current model. It doesn't mean that he has to adhere to other model, which is given, by the way, this flat earth. So why? There is no reason. And by the way, back in the day, in 2016, when maybe it was 15, when I started, I can't remember, but I think in 16 for sure. Let's say I was listening to flat earth, let's say, arguments, but these arguments were about heliocentric model, how it is impossible, how stupid, this fake moon landings, etc. So these were topics about flat earther were talking. No, they were not talking about flat Earth. They were talking about stupidity of heliocentric model, etc. This cosmology, let's say, current cosmology, and that's why I was and I am still on their side. But when people start to talk about their model, not debunking globe Earth, but talking about how the Earth is flat, this is just another story. And this part I cannot join because it is easily disproven. So I cannot just do it from logical reasons. But still, I can agree with Flat Earther on everything or anything else, like debunking globe, this fake moon landings, etc. But not Flat Earth. You cannot prove Flat Earth, so I cannot join positive proofs for Flat Earth because they are not existent. So there are things that then I can agree with Flat Earth, maybe even most of them, but not Flat Earth itself.
Wouldn't know. Like the only ones I've talked to recently are a little bit crazy, but that's Nathan Oakley and QE and Adam Arwin, Flatsoid. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. Even Jerem was a little bit weird. Dave Weiss got a bit upset too. Hey,
understand, all of just the way that it's that term and the role that it's playing. So, I mean, if those things are a factor, in your mind, it's understandable to me.
I just wanted to say, SC Montreal.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, twat.
You fucking twat, yeah. You window licker, yeah.
I put it in a text chat. You missed it. That was good.
No, I saw. I responded to you, bro. Later on, though.
Did you?
I caught it later, yeah.
I'm sorry. All right.
The term, I mean, even though like flat Earth is a beautiful term, on another level, there's almost a way in which,
he said even flat Earth is a beautiful term. It's a contradiction in terms. It's an oxymoron. Can't be true. That can't be beautiful. That's the last thing that would be able to be described as beautiful is a contradiction.
Yes, and by the way, this is completely subjective, so it tells nothing. So for me,
it shows that he's trying to get on side with QE. It's really weird behaviour from Geo, this, looking back on it. Maybe something that wasn't really noted back then, but this is very strange, I would consider anyway. It shows Flat Earth Society type sort of shit, this, to me.
Like the N-word, how that has such dramatically different meanings. On one level, the most offensive.
He's trying to push that there's something wrong with the term Flat Earth. Rather than, I don't think there's anything wrong with it other than the fact, to me, I can't go with it because there's an argument that gets built that says that level is horizontal. Well, that proves that the Earth is not flat. Simple as that. There's nothing wrong with flat earthers. Flat earthers are just normal people who may have been fooled by a certain group of people into believing that, it actually means something, but there's no meaning behind flat earth. It's a contradiction.
Intense racist thing. On another level, a thing of camaraderie and positivity. And so on. And so I think we've probably experienced that too. People have said flat, tard, flirf. They use all these terms in derogatory ways just all day. But we've probably talked to each
worse
other
about me. All right.
Yeah,
much worse.
Well, this is all great. I think this is nowhere conversation.
Yeah. I don't even know what we're doing.
Well,
it's more like an interrogation now. Something.
Nah, it started off with the Black Swan stuff because, like I said, I just don't. I'm not emotionally tied to the Black Swan. It's just a flat Earth argument. It's not that big of a deal.
So QE's not emotionally tied to the argument. Listen to it again.
Stuff because, like I said, I just don't. I'm not emotionally tied to the Black Swan. It's just a flat Earth argument. It's not that big of a deal. I just don't like getting like backdoored.
It's not that big of a deal. His argument, fallacies all over it. Got really upset about me saying that it wasn't a flat Earth proof at the beginning. Now he's dialing it all back again.
Maybe he realized that it's not good argument and can be used against him.
Well, maybe that's why there's never been a discussion about this argument anymore. It's gone out of the books. Up until Brenda claiming it and Nathan Oakley handing it off. Nobody's talked about it since.
By other flat earthers, I don't appreciate it, and that's what the problem was. I'll get over it by tomorrow. Like I said, I retract. Trying to pull you in. I don't want to embarrass you. Not. I guess that isn't entirely true.
It'd just be more of this, wouldn't it? If I was to come on Nathan's.
I think
except Nathan would have a go as well.
No. I just wanted to go there because he has a show Monday, and I don't.
Well, I think there's a lot more potential for synthesis. Everything I've heard, these whole last hour or two, I think there's a lot more potential for synthesis.
So you're about to hear the special word of the day, synthesis, sponsored by Geo. I don't know whether this was part of his narrative that what he was trying to do, coming over. Fucking depressing, mate.
Over division. I think there's potential. There's always potential for that. Of course, it's a unique day. I mean, it's like the 20th anniversary of 9/11. So, but I see more of a synthesis here. In my viewpoint, I'm never into, to me, synthesis is always more interesting rather than division. And I think that there's a lot of very strong minds in this community on multiple levels. And so I suppose it'll be up to each individual as to in what ways they want to synthesize. But like what Essie said earlier, yeah, I mean, if there's like a shit show between, a lot of the groups and figures like in this community, the globe earthers will be essentially kind of getting what they want. If there's more strife and division, they almost sit back there as the whole thing is kind of, more going into some sort of a chaos rather than synthesis. And I think we're at a time in the world right now, without going on a long, thing, but I mean, what's going on, I think the more we can come together in truth, I think is going to be the better for ourselves and the world at large.
Well, I think that's great, Gio. And coming together in truth is what I would say. I'll still be there Tuesday on Nathan's show, and I'll address all the points that were discussed this evening. Because
he won't let it go. He just won't let it go.
Really,
God bless Adam.
You can try and overtalk me. I don't care. I think they're really pertinent. And Bev, I'll see you Tuesday.
It's not Tuesday. It's Monday, and he's not going to be there.
I can't do Monday. I'm a busy man. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there Tuesday. All the points raised tonight, I'd like us to go through. I think they're really important. Starting with what we started on, the Black Swan. Going through tonight what was discussed, the way it was discussed. I think that's my biggest issue, the way it was discussed. I'll be there, mate. I'll make sure I will be. I hope you will be.
He's not going to be there.
And that's why Tuesday, Huey.
He's not going to be there, and you got the wrong day any damn way.
Look, I'm renaming the date. There it is. You can take it. If Monday's the only date that's available, Bev, then that's fine. I don't know why QE's white knighting for you, because you're trying to make an apologetic date for you.
White knight.
I remember. Just real quick, I was going to say. I remember
talking to anyone bar Bev. Okay, so just stop for a minute. Yeah, trying to set a date up. Why are you butting in? If I was asking a girl out, right? What are you doing? I'm not asking you out, am I? So, Bev, I think the points that were discussed tonight on a serious level are really important. That's why I raised them. That's why, and I apologise to Montreal. I got a bit arsey and maybe a few others, yeah. I think they're really important, and I think they're important about how we talk to each other on a level.
No worries, brother. Level. No worries.
Thank you. But I'll be there Monday, Tuesday. I'll tell you what, Wednesday even. Let's set that date and discuss what was discussed tonight.
I can't do it Monday and Wednesday, man. I can't
forward.
do that.
No, they're gonna do it, Huey, with or without you.
Well, I suppose the difference would be like, is it more of a conversation around like advancing ideas it collectively, as it were, or is it more going to be a sort of like a dumpster fire explosion kind of thing? That would be, I suppose, the difference. And one thing I was going to say, I listened. I remember Bev when you came on with Nathan and QE got a little heated, and then it was one of the only time, I mean, a very rare time that Nathan was, like, no, QE, let's keep it civil. Like actually, sort of like was holding the space for it in that sense. So I don't know. I mean, Nathan might go over the top at some point as well, but possibly it could be also a good dynamic where there's more like synthesis and like minds.
Wait a second. Why am I always the bad guy here? What the heck are you talking about?
Well, you started going in, but it
going in with what?
It was diffused
without eating first. That's what.
It was diffused. It was diffused by Nathan, is what I remember.
Ready, fire, aim. I don't remember that.
It was about the Black Swan, I think. It was one of those early discussions that you guys had about it.
Oh yeah, because he backdoored me before with the Black Swan, and I tried to call him on it.
So this is Geo bringing up a previous conversation with Nathan Oakley about the Black Swan that I've talked about them, the Black Swan before, saying that it's not that what they make it out to be. It's not even a black swan.
And this is a similar situation. Did it again.
Well, so maybe that's the thing to get to the core to, like why you feel like that was the case, and then
I feel I posted in there earlier. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I caught it the other day. That's the reason why. It started out this way, but we got off onto some other topics. 1 second. So it's real quick. It's 14 seconds.
QE Scratpart want to be the unmuted.
So this is what you're going to play. You're saying this was sort of the start of you guys having like something between going on.
Yeah, no, this is the new one. I left the other. Hold on, I left the other one go. Right, I said okay, I'll just let it go. But then this one just the other day. There it is, right there, 57, 14 seconds.
You don't know. You don't. If you think that the Black Swan was a flat Earth proof.
All right, I'll listen.
I didn't.
QE.
I'd just like to say to Bev,
John.
I don't think.
Wait
a second.
Sorry, Sasha. Bev, I don't think you realise, but Nathan is constantly shouting you out. He's constantly trying to support you. So Nathan is not your enemy. Nathan is not out to have a go at you. He's not going to do that.
Right, it wasn't
Nathan
long after this. What is it you're saying then? Did the
what I'm saying is that you said if you went on to Nathan, I'm not saying you should do
what would I be going on there for? Fuck's sake.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You stated that.
What would I go on to Nathan Oakley's for, so he can call you a spastic and all sorts of other names that he wants to do? Slander you, call you a liar, all of that sort of stuff. That's why you go on Nathan Oakley Flat Earth Debate. Anybody that wants to go on Flat Earth Debate, that's what's going to happen. Unless Nathan's changed, like Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and Jaren, and they can all play this Happy Families game. I feel that's what's needed. Nathan's going to have to change his outlook and how he manages to talk to people. Then he can get all of those guys back again.
You reckon Nathan will just have a go at you as well? Now, there's no group of people making a point of having a go at you. Nathan wouldn't do that. Nathan is very, very measured, and Nathan will be very honest. And if somebody's over talking you, Nathan will stop them doing it. I'm not saying you should go on. I'm saying Nathan supports you. Nathan is always shouting you out.
supports
Nathan is not
us.
your enemy, man.
I'm telling people
Never said he
not
was.
to support us.
But
That's the way it works.
it's like I get the feeling that from what you said that
It's been
you
pretty
think
hostile
that
over here tonight. Will it be any different over there?
Well, there has been a little bit of hostility. Yeah, I mean, I admit that there has been temperatures have rose and whatever else, blah blah blah.
Yep.
But I mean, that doesn't mean that Nathan is your enemy.
It's Brian's Logic, the one that's got the debunking videos on the Jonah the Scientist website with Blue Marble Science and Bob the Science Guy. Brian's Logic's teamed up with them. So who's the hostile ones? I think it's these guys. Pushing a load of bullshit. None of this stuff actually happens. The opposite. They pretend they're the good guys, but they're not really. No, I didn't say he was.
Yeah, but you reckon he'd have a go at you as well?
I don't know.
Everybody
I don't
is not
know,
having a go
Brian.
at you. Yeah, but babe, everybody's not having a go at you. QE and Adam and Arwen had issues with you tonight. But mainly it was QE over the thing that happened. With whatever you said, I didn't even hear the clip, whatever you said recently. And Adam came in on the back of that, and Arwen came in on the back of that. No one else has been making a point of having a go at you. So you don't have a group of enemies. I mean, there's many shows on Nathan's where I'm there, and there's 7 and 8 people against me. But I don't think that everyone's my enemy after it. It's just like, yeah, we disagreed.
I don't think any of these guys are the enemy, because we're all just fucking individuals. There's no sides for people to be enemies about. All we're talking about is arguments, trying to progress the arguments. Yet there's certain groups of people that want to try and turn it into drama-related shit. And I'm not into it. Don't care about it. Just interested in the arguments. So, sorry, guys.
Does anybody was listening Geo what he was saying? Because that was the whole point, I think.
Oh, Geo, that's the issue. Geo, listen to it. That was the point.
Yeah, so Bev, you were in that clip. It sounds like you were saying flaws in the Black Swan argument. So what would you have to, if you had to list 1 or 2 or 3 just to get right to the core of it? I know some of this was talked about earlier, but what flaws do you think are present?
Well, one, because it's called the Black Swan argument. Right? Well, it's the Black Swan principle, right? That you only need to see one. And once that gets explained to people, that it's about that just seeing one. Because you hear other people saying, here's another Black Swan. It's like, why?
Well, there's more than
you only
one
need
Black
to
Swan.
see one.
Yeah, there's more than one Black Swan, though.
Well, I think as a symbolic statement, it sort of represents both. It's like the small amount of white within black, small amount of black within white, just that general yin-yang.
What's Geo talking about? It's a Black Swan. He's trying to put white within black. In a logical argument. Not so sure people understand this stuff. Go back again. 20 seconds. People saying here's another Black Swan. It's like, why?
Well, there's more than
you only
one
need
Black
to
Swan.
see one.
Yeah, there's more than one Black Swan, though.
Well, I think as a symbolic statement, it sort of represents both. It's like the small amount of white within black, small amount of black within white, just that general yin-yang. In terms of, because if you view it in a way of, all white swans are a curved earth, and then all of a sudden here's this one that isn't. Well, it doesn't really make sense in that way, but I've never really thought about it in that way. I've more thought about it just in terms of if you can find that.
What are they talking about?
He's talking about yin yang, and he is trying, but even in this yin yang, there is black and white. and he's trying to mix this into gray. But logic doesn't work that way. So even if this yin yang, you have white dot in the black background, and opposite you have black dots in white background, it doesn't make gray. You have only two colors in this yin yang. You don't have gray there, but he is trying to mix this up into gray or whatever. Doesn't sound logically for me.
That one that doesn't correlate, the whole thing is deflated.
Yeah, if you find a proof that level is horizontal, then you're fine. You're done.
If the geometry is violated just once, that's what it's about, right? The black swan is only historical comparison, a story.
That's Arwin saying if the black swans or the geometry's violated just once, like a flat not being flat, that's a geometric violation. Never mind a logical violation. But you can't have flat being not flat and still being conceded as being flat within a geometric term. They're just full of fallacies, these guys, and I'm pretty sure that they can't see it because they've got their blinkers on, flat earth blinkers. Model affliction, flat earth side.
To kind of make it into an icon for us to remember.
Owen, did we get down from four problems with the black swan to 3? Because that's where I remember.
I'm going to say good night, guys. I know, this is getting fucking stupid.
Can you concede that there's only 3 problems?
See you later. If you want to do it and talk about it.
Yeah, I know, but is there 3 problems or 4 problems for Wednesday with the black swan?
All right, let me see what you got.
Yo.
You show me.
All right, that's it. End of. Let's get out of there. Flat earthers are mad people. For discussions for them to try and gaslight you into joining their weird cult. Don't think I'm ever going to be into it. In fact, I'm pretty much out of it already. Still going to be where we are, and we're still going to be taking note of people saying some stupid shit. But I can't see the use. There's a few people that have been left in the arena and the flat earthers, right? I think we're out of that. I think we can point out the contradictions within it, and there's no arguments in the earth shape arena. Just a lot of delusions. But there's still a lot to be learned by the simplification of arguments and these points that we can find. So thanks for watching. Anybody got any final words on anything? It's getting late again, isn't it? Let's get it. Bust the song ready. I don't know when we're going to be or where we're going to be for the rest of the week. I know I've got some stuff that I need to be doing. I need to make some videos and stuff. But I think I want to get into some of these things over the week. There's an interesting Descartes thing. So I think we might be on Discord. And if we do some philosophy stuff, I think we might do that quick half-hour job and then get people into Discord again at some point during the week, whether it's Tuesday or Wednesday. Don't know. But as always, any of you guys that are still sticking around with us, if you want to come into Discord, just click the link, come on in. We're always around. The conversations are still going to be going. And probably there's more stuff going on in the Discord than there is on the YouTube. So hope to see you again during the week. Anyone got any requests? True Level Pitch is on the way. We'll go with the insane with the Flat Earth debate crew. Okay, thanks for watching. Yeah. See you sometime during the week.
I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing. Yeah, you can, you stuttery. Yes, spastics. Fuck off. Go away. Tell people you can't understand. Your stupid globe and I know you'll never back your claims. Fuck off. Back to your spastics, retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
It's like communicating the angle of
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up. Bitch, shut your fucking mouth. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like. Beth, you've been talking. You say to an audience, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally in talking. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance of that. That's what I'm going to say. Or you stuff it. Okay? So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it, then? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem is with you personally, is with you being stupid, not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle measure can find your position on the flat plane. But 6, you don't understand this, and you're attempting to demean our argument. You can do lots with an angle, unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angle. That is doing something with an angle. Zero comprehension of the argument we put across. Our responses to his claim.
Right, Bev, you can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface. Called Adam Flat Earth side. You ain't got no purpose in life. Fuckwits, you told you not explain the argument. The spastics I'm telling you to go back to. If they not comprehend the argument, put it across to you. You're surrounded by fucking retards there. Clearly, we have an argument. I'm giving it to you now. Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
Okay. I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You go fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle, and yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, your Flat Earth Society, mate.
Called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Call QE Owen or Wember all you like, yeah?
Okay, well, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a No, spastic fuck like off! Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
your
fucking
Flat
lying
Earth
to you.
Society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth endorsement. Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience So to fuck off! Subscribe from you and never give you any money.
I'm telling your
that's what I'm telling
audience.
my- While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up, while I tell my audience that you're fucking thick and they should. So fuck off! Stubborn. Stubborn. spoiled bitch. Excuse me, daddy issues. Adam Flat Earth side. Kick him out. He's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here. He's a spastic. Another Adam. He's just done his attacks and me, and then Adam again with Adam bombs. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth side. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument. It's an ad bomb.
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then we're fucking angle.
So fuck off!
Dead area. Shut up! Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Free ad bombs.
So fuck off!
Yeah, you need other things sometimes. When you oversimplify it down only, that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally won't get your pants in a bunch about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker, because that's how wankers get treated. Personally, well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the star singular angle at that point is useful, because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society. I'm sick of this shit! Not you, Nathan! Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle from the star. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does section do?
It measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, Bad! He said you can do fuck all with an angle and he is wrong.
Not you, Nathan. I'm talking to everyone.
And my fucking balls place, you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset about it. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with it? What are you? How do you draw a circle with an angle? How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you've measured. That's not doing something with it, right, Bev? You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck.
I did concede.
Shut up, Owen!
Not much.
You can do fuck all with an angle.